Welcome everyone, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm here inside the poker room of the lovely Paradise City Casino in the beautiful city of Incheon. And today, I'm going to explain to you why you need to come and stand in this exact spot at the end of the summer. First, you get to come to South Korea. It's an amazing country. You're going to land at the airport and we're like 10 minutes from there. You can almost walk off the plane into the property. We're 40 minutes from downtown Seoul by train. It's truly just one of the loveliest cities in all of Asia. And after the sun sets, the city transforms and you get to discover it all over again. Now the second, and I'm pretty sure I'm contractually obligated to say the most important, is the poker. From August 25th to September 3rd, we're going to be here for 10 days, more than 50 tournaments, more than 10 variations, draw, hold'em, stud, Omaha, if you name it, I'm probably gonna let you play it. Buy-ins from 300,000 all the way for our Superstar Challenge to 13 million. And of course, there is the crown jewel of every Asian Poker Tour festival, the main event. 2.3 million gets you a shot at a 1.3 billion guarantee. That's approximately 1 million US dollars. And you can get a share of that, maybe even the lion's share. Trust me, look at our trophies. If you come and you stand here at the end of August, well, not exactly here, you have to sit in one of those for like 5 days. But at the end, you could hold a trophy, you could stack up all of this cash, we'll take your picture, it'll be fantastic. Trust me, you really should come. Like, it won't be the same without you. Like, I'll have like one less person in the event. So, come on, let's go.
It's day 2 of APT Incheon and we just reached the final table of our kickoff event. Let's see what happens. Taniguchi all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit versus Piao Guangguo's Jack-8. River is a 7. That's going to be a good game for Taniguchi Takashi of Japan. Piao still behind with 9 high. Needs a 9 or a 5 on this river to stay alive, and it's not going to be there, so that's going to be a good game for Piao Guangguo of China, eliminated in 8th place. Hua Xuefeng of China finds himself with some kicker problems, eliminated here in 7th place. King 6 offsuit against 9-8 suited as he gets outflopped 9 on the board plus a flush draw, and he's not going to improve, and that's going to be a good game for Shin Jung Huang of Australia, placing 6th. 4-1 favorite to double up here. Just needs to fade a 10. Just needs to fade a jack. Oh my goodness, wow. Made straight for the pocket 10s, cracking the jacks, and that's going to be a good game for Zhao Zhangxin of China, placing 5th. What a bad beat. Needs to find a 5 or a 4 on this river to stay alive, and it's not going to come. And Ho Shen Xiu of Taiwan eliminated in 4th place. Seiki Koichi all in for his tournament live with the Jack 6 suited versus the 9s. Needs to find a Jack, is not going to find it. And that's going to be a good game for Seiki Koichi of Japan, eliminated in 3rd place. Which means we're now down to heads up, Zhang Hongru of China versus Kimura Shogo of Japan. Kimura all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit against pocket 4s, flipping for his tournament life once again as flop comes. 4 on the flop, gets out flopped, drawing dead, and that's going to be a good game for Kimura Shogo of Japan, placing 2nd in kickoff event, and of course placing 1st, Zhang Hongru of China.
It feels pretty good, and joined the APT event for the first time.
So first APT, first event, first place, amazing, congratulations. Thanks so much for watching. Hit that follow button, and for more information about APT Incheon, please go to apt.poker.
Man, how are you still holding up? Like, this is spicy.
You find it spicy?
Yeah.
I leveled it up. Maybe my immunity is very high. Spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Oh my god. Hello. Welcome to APT Attractions, and this time we're doing hot. No, like for legal reasons, we can't use that word. What we're doing is Ray and friends eating some hot wings. Today with me is Josh McCauley from Australia. What's up, man?
Well, not much. How you doing?
Glad to have you here. Can you take spice?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
We'll see, we'll see. So we're here in Incheon, South Korea. Have you been here before?
No, first time.
You've heard of Korean fried chicken though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Before we get to the crazy things, let's have one without sauce first.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah,
Let's
dig
do
in.
it. Let's do it.
Oh, it's gonna be messy. But okay, in a good way, it's fine.
Good. Delicious.
So, you've been to most of the APT stops recently, but I don't think I know a lot about you. I only know you're from Australia,
Correct.
but where are you based out of mostly right now?
Mostly out of Bangkok in Thailand. And I was originally born in UK.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was born in UK.
Learn something new.
Yeah. But we moved when I was 3 years old, so I don't really have any memories or recollect living in the UK.
Yeah.
And then we went to Sydney, and then to Melbourne, and then to Brisbane. Brisbane and Sunshine Coast. Well, that was mostly where I grew up as a teenager and a kid. Yeah.
I see. Actually, so I did a little research on you. I looked you up on Hand Them Up. You guys can do the same. You have a massive amount of online winnings. You're really a more online player as well?
Yeah, predominantly online, but this year I've been branching out to play live poker as well. And I've got a few results the previous years, but mostly was online.
Remember, this is not the other show. This is Ray and friends eating hot wings. So we prepare some sauce. Actually, the first one's kind of interesting because I don't think this is even spicy. This is a gochujang. Gochujang is what you would see in what they call a bibimbap. But anyway, let's go for it. I mean, even if it's not spicy.
Let's do it. May as well, right?
Okay, give you a little bit. Give myself a little bit also. All right, let's go at it.
Dig in.
Let's dig in.
Butter it up.
It's even a little sweet.
Yeah. That was my first impression. A bit sweet.
It's not bad though.
Not bad. Definitely not spicy though.
No.
Not at all.
You know what? Let's try to get to something that may be spicy. Let's try the next one too. This one, yeah, I throw away the packaging, but also does not look spicy, huh?
My first impression was it looked like a Hershey's chocolate sauce from the packaging, but
Yours, to get with.
I think
It's
that's
not.
really-
It's not chocolate sauce.
Yeah, definitely. I hope not.
But it does look like.
It does look like
chocolate sauce.
similar. I think we got to butter it up a bit more.
Yeah, let's
Lather it up.
Let's do that.
Got an interesting taste.
Yeah. Still more barbecue-y than anything, honestly, to me. Okay, so Josh, how long have you been playing poker?
Yeah, I first started in the end of 2014.
Okay, wait, so about 8-9 years.
Yeah, about 8-9 years. And I was sort of, at university, working 2 jobs and trying to play a bit of poker on the side.
Like a third job.
Not for a job, just for fun. For poker, was just for fun. Yeah.
Oh, that's ready to go. Man.
Yeah. And then a few years passed. Didn't do uni. Quit uni. And I was starting, actually poker, it's quite an interesting game. I was starting to do well. I kept playing more and more and more. And basically, by about 2017, I decided to turn professional.
So I assume you start really low stakes?
Yes, correct. Yeah, so I basically started at depositing $10 and then trying to play,
$10 is very small.
Very small. It's the minimum deposit. You can't go any lower. So I was playing, 1 cent, 2 cent cash games, or play, a 10-cent sit and go, maybe a 50-cent sit and go, $1 sit and go. Then you look, oh, there's a tournament, 50-cent tournament. I'll try that one. And that's sort of how, you sort of $10 deposit, lose. All right, next time, $10 deposit, lose. Then $10 deposit, maybe after a week or two you win $30. And then you start building from there.
Wow, man, fascinating. So you know what? Let's go for the big boss. So this one comes with the fried chicken. This says red spicy seasoning. Let's do that. And before we get to the big boss.
Yes.
How about that? Okay, let's
do that.
Let's
Yeah.
do this first. This
Crack
seems
it
like
open.
Powder. Oh, it is powder.
It is powder, yeah.
Get some on your plate. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, I like the color.
Enjoy. Still not spicy.
Oh, you didn't really take your heat, huh? This is okay. Man, this show is a bust. I mean, Jaws is too good. I don't want to be racist, but I kind of feel like I need to step up.
You definitely need to step up. You can't let me win.
Damn. Come on, this one needs to be good. But anyway, so, well, I really like, this is something I'd really like to ask my guests. Because you have success in online poker, right? Because it's rare to be successful in online poker. You know, I know people who are good at online poker, they just stick to online poker, they stay home and play a lot. But here you are. I've been seeing you coming to APT since a couple of years ago. And this year, you hardly miss any of our stops.
Yeah.
So why?
I think there's like a few things that pop to mind. One, I think it's the welcoming staff, you know, the venue choice. Everyone is very lively. Everything's just really nice. You feel like, just feel comfortable. You know, everything's just structured well. And then you can go into the other aspects like the buy-ins are fantastic. You have like ranging from high to low, and you have the structure, you know, numerous tournaments a day. So basically, you can just keep playing. If you bust one tournament, you go to the next one, and then you go to the next one.
Like that is the strong point of APT, isn't it? Like where the schedule is packed to the...
Yeah, it's jam-packed, and you know, it's sometimes disappointing if there's only one event per day, because what else are you going to do that day, you know? Especially if, let's say, you bust the tournament in in the late afternoon, there's not much rest of the day to do, but you can basically jump into the next event. It's just event after event after event, 4 or 5 tournaments a day. Like, that's fantastic. Even in Da Nang, I won 2 tournaments.
Yeah,
so it was back-to-back days. I won the Superstar, and then I won the Bounty event. So, and they were both the
Bounty high roller.
Bounty high roller.
You seem to be making a lot of good decisions. Me, on the other hand, whenever I do these videos, I always do something I end up regretting later. Let's see if we regret this. So this is, have you seen this?
No, not before. Not until
Unfortunately,
today.
I have seen this, so I kind of have an idea. Let's go.
May as well.
Okay. Yeah, because it's not like I'm gonna like bring this bottle back to Hong Kong.
Now that one looks spicy.
Yeah. Actually, I realized, like, because I know this one's spicy, right? You can't really judge from color. I mean, this one almost looks like cranberry sauce.
That's true. But I just have a feeling this one, for my spidey senses.
Your
looks more
spidey
spicy.
senses,
Yeah,
eh?
it looks a little bit more spicy.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do it.
Lather it up.
Yes.
And then regret later.
I do like the taste.
Oh. 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 Man. Man, how are you still holding up? Like, this is spicy.
You find spicy?
Yeah.
I leveled it up. Maybe my immunity is very high for spice.
Jaws is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Damn.
I think your audience enjoys that though. Give the people what they want.
Oh my god. I can't tell if like these are sweat or tears.
I think it's a mixture. Sweaty tears. I really like this one.
Me too, but at the same time, it kind of hurts. Love hurts. Jeez. I enjoy that. I'm sweating, I'm crying, but I enjoy
Enjoys the pain.
Oh my god.
I think now it's
Now it's hitting you?
mildly.
Aww. Well, anyway, glad you have fun. I sure have fun. I mean, tears of fun.
Yeah.
Which is just fist
Okay,
bump.
sounds good.
Well, thank you, Josh,
Thank
for
you, Ray.
coming, and good luck.
Thank you.
Here in APT Incheon.
Thank you, bro. Cheers. See you guys.
Excuse me, sir. Explain to me like I'm 5. How do I play Big O? I want to learn. I don't know how to play it.
I don't want to give away too much strategy, but always have an ace in your hand.
Deuce to 7 all in.
I'm very confused how to play Big O. One guy says have an ace in your hand. One guy says 7 deuce all in. Let's see if someone else knows how to play Big O. You have to make a high hand and a low hand.
Yeah. Sometimes high hand, low
low hand, different people split the pot.
It's a split pot game. The best high hand wins half the pot. The best low hand wins half the pot.
Yeah.
I got that. Cool. Cool.
Ah, cool.
You get 5 cards. You can only use 2 in your hand, and you use 3 on the board. You want to make your best high hand and your best low hand. And if you don't know, trust me, the other players will help.
It's a community here. We're not just here to take your money.
You don't think the other players would help him to be a better Big O player?
You think they would just exploit you for your money?
No, mixed game players
not
aren't
here.
like that. Mixed game players are the best players out there.
You get the high hands, you don't want to play them that much, so be careful with the high hands. Never leave home without an ace. Play low cards, do your best, forget the rest.
You get 5 cards, and you've got to use 2. Same as Hold'em, you get a flop. Highest hand gets half the pot, lowest hand gets half the pot. But the lowest hand's got to be lower than an 8.
That was the most concise and simple explanation I've heard of Big O today. Thanks, bro. I want to play Big O.
Go for it, it's right there.
You actually have 4 or 5?
6 on the push.
Oh my goodness. I think I'm dead. I'm dead, right? It's over.
I don't think it matters what you have.
That was awesome. That was really great. It's not about winning the game. It's about like learning how to play. It's a pay to learn game. That's what poker is. Wow, that was fun learning about Big O. Lots of interesting tips and rules and things. But if you want to try something new, or if you're tired of Hold'em, come on in, join the fun at APT. We've got lots of mixed games. We're known for our mixed games, and we've got a fun one every single day. If you want to learn more, please go to apt.poker. Elfie, do you know what day it is today?
I think it's Mystery Bounty Hunter.
That's right. Why is it a mystery?
Where is the mystery bounty?
That's right. Where's that 20 million won mystery bounty? We don't know. We're gonna find out. Let's go bounty hunting. Whoa! 1.4 million. Come on! Is it a 2 or a 1? It's a 5. Come on, 2 or 1. Okay. After plenty of bust outs and plenty of bounties pulled, we're now down to our final 2 players. Okamoto Shina of Japan versus Sang Siu-hang of Hong Kong. And Shina Okamoto all in for turn line with ace-jack versus queen. Needs to find an ace. Hits a jack. Needs to find a queen or an ace. And that's going to be it. That's going to be a good game for Shina Okamoto, placing second in the Mystery Bounty Hunter event. And a big congratulations to Dicky of Hong Kong. You just won the Mystery Bounty. How are you feeling, man?
I feel very amazing because when the heads-up stage, I am about 9 to 1 chip, so I think pretty lucky.
Congratulations to Dicky for winning the Mystery Bounty, and of course also winning one of the big prizes. Go ahead, Dicky. Let's see what we got here. Guaranteed 7-0. We've got 10 million Korean won. Dicky, what are you gonna do with this money?
Pay more high roller.
Gee, Elfin, I'm sure glad we solved that mystery, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you hit that follow button, and to learn more about the APT, go to apt.poker. Pew, 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 pew.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome everyone, I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm here inside the poker room of the lovely Paradise City Casino in the beautiful city of Incheon. And today, I'm going to explain to you why you need to come and stand in this exact spot at the end of the summer. First, you get to come to South Korea. It's an amazing country. You're going to land at the airport and we're like 10 minutes from there. You can almost walk off the plane into the property. We're 40 minutes from downtown Seoul by train. It's truly just one of the loveliest cities in all of Asia. And after the sun sets, the city transforms and you get to discover it all over again. Now the second, and I'm pretty sure I'm contractually obligated to say the most important, is the poker. From August 25th to September 3rd, we're going to be here for 10 days, more than 50 tournaments, more than 10 variations, draw, hold'em, stud, Omaha, if you name it, I'm probably gonna let you play it. Buy-ins from 300,000 all the way for our Superstar Challenge to 13 million. And of course, there is the crown jewel of every Asian Poker Tour festival, the main event. 2.3 million gets you a shot at a 1.3 billion guarantee. That's approximately 1 million US dollars. And you can get a share of that, maybe even the lion's share. Trust me, look at our trophies. If you come and you stand here at the end of August, well, not exactly here, you have to sit in one of those for like 5 days. But at the end, you could hold a trophy, you could stack up all of this cash, we'll take your picture, it'll be fantastic. Trust me, you really should come. Like, it won't be the same without you. Like, I'll have like one less person in the event. So, come on, let's go.
It's day 2 of APT Incheon, and we just reached the final table of our kickoff event. Let's see what happens. Taniguchi all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit versus Piao Guangguo's Jack 8. River is a 7. That's going to be a good game for Taniguchi Takashi of Japan. Piao still behind with 9 high. Needs a 9 or a 5 on this river to stay alive, and it's not going to be there, so that's going to be a good game for Piao Guangguo of China, eliminated in 8th place. Hua Xuefeng of China finds himself with some kicker problems, eliminated here in 7th place. King 6 offsuit against 9-8 suited as he gets outflopped 9 on the board plus a flush draw, and he's not going to improve, and that's going to be a good game for Shin Jung Huang of Australia, placing 6th. 4-1 favorite to double up here. Just needs to fade a 10. Just needs to fade a jack. Oh my goodness, wow. Made straight for the pocket 10s, cracking the jacks, and that's going to be a good game for Zhao Zhangxin of China, placing 5th. What a bad beat. Needs to find a 5 or a 4 on this river to stay alive. And it's not going to come. And Ho Shen-Siu of Taiwan eliminated in 4th place. Seiki Koichi all in for his tournament live with the Jack 6 suited versus the 9s. Needs to find a Jack. Is not going to find it. And that's going to be a good game for Seiki Koichi of Japan, eliminated in 3rd place. Which means we're now down to heads up Jung Hong-Ru of China versus Kimura Shogo of Japan. Kimura all in for his tournament life with 10-9 offsuit against pocket 4s, flipping for his tournament life once again as flop comes. 4 on the flop. Gets out flop, drawing dead, and that's going to be a good game for Kimura Shogo of Japan, placing 2nd in kickoff event, and of course, placing 1st, Jung Hong-Ru of China.
It feels pretty good and joined the APT event for the first time.
So, first APT, first event, first place, amazing, congratulations. Thanks so much for watching, hit that follow button, and for more information about APT Incheon, please go to apt.poker.
Man, how are you still holding up? Like, this is spicy.
You find spicy?
Yeah.
I leveled it up. Maybe my immunity is very high to spice.
Josh is just better. This show is not about Ray crying at the end of every video. Oh my god. Hello. Welcome to APT Attractions, and this time we're doing hot. No, like for legal reasons, we can't use that word. What we're doing is Ray and friends eating some hot wings. Today with me is Josh McCauley from Australia. What's up, man?
Well, not much. How you doing?
Glad to have you here. Can you take spice?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. So we're here in Incheon, South Korea. Have you been here before?
No, first time.
You've heard of Korean fried chicken, though, right?
Yeah. So.
Okay, you know what? Before we get to the crazy things, let's have one without sauce first.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, let's
do it. Let's do it.
Oh, it's gonna be messy, but okay, in a good way. It's fine.
Good, delicious.
So, you've been to most of the APT stops recently, but I don't think I know a lot about you. I only know you're from Australia. You're
correct.
So, but where are you based out of mostly right now?
Mostly out of Bangkok in Thailand. And I was originally born in UK.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was born in UK.
Learn something new.
Yeah. But we moved when I was 3 years old, so I don't really have any like memories or recollect living in the UK.
Yeah.
And then we went to Sydney, and then to Melbourne, and then to Brisbane. Brisbane and Sunshine Coast. Well, that was mostly where I grew up as a teenager and a kid. Yeah.
I see. Actually, so I did a little research on you. I looked you up on Hand Them Up. You guys can do the same. You have a massive amount of online winnings. You're really a more online player, is that?
Yeah, predominantly online, but this year I've been like branching out to play live poker as well. And I've got a few like, results the previous years, but mostly was online.
Remember, this is not the other show. This is Ray and friends eating hot wings. So we prepare some sauce. Actually, the first one's kind of interesting because I don't think this is even spicy. This is a gochujang. Gochujang is what you would see in like what they call a bibimbap. But anyway, let's go for it. I mean, even if it's not spicy.
Let's do it. May as well, right?
Okay, I'll give you a little bit. Give myself a little bit also. All right, let's go at it.
Dig in?
Let's dig in.
Butter it up.
It's even a little sweet.
Yeah. That was my first impression, a bit sweet.
It's not bad though.
Not bad. Definitely not spicy though.
No.
Not at all.
You know what? Let's try to get to something that may be spicy. Let's try the next one too. This one, yeah, I throw away the packaging, but also does not look spicy, huh?
My first impression was it looked like a Hershey's chocolate sauce from the packaging, but
yours, take a whiff. It's not chocolate sauce.
Yeah, definitely. I hope not.
But it does.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome to South Korea Incheon. This is the APT Incheon event, and we are today streaming the Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive event. Alongside me is my dear friend from India, Vidhu. Hello, Vidhu.
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello. How are you doing?
Very well, excited to kick off what's going to be a fun couple of days of National 8 streams. How about you, Stephen?
Well, I had an excellent evening last night streaming the Superstar Challenge, and it was some very exciting poker, and I'm expecting something similar this morning.
Well, very, very different buy-ins, very different player pools, but I'm just a fan of good poker, and I suspect that's what we'll see.
Well, I think the important thing for this event is that all the players have locked up a main event ticket plus their travel expenses. So they are, the ICM slavery, the shackles are off. So they are out and they can play their very best A game if they wish to.
Absolutely. I mean, they're all winners already, but of course, still competing for a different payout structure than perhaps we're used to. That being said, they're all going to be in the main event. I'm excited to kick things off. Of course, this is the Taiwan portion. We do have streams coming up for Hong Kong and Thailand as well. So I'm looking forward to all of that. I'm looking forward to some fun banter in the chat as well.
Well, and fun banter with me, of course.
Of course. I missed you yesterday, Stephen. We were both covering different streams for the Superstar Challenge. I feel like we have been reunited. It's going to be a fun day.
This time round, we are doing a lot of Cantonese content. So I'm actually doing a full schedule on the Natural 8 Hong Kong stream. We are covering pretty much all the events in Cantonese. But, of course, I cannot miss my chance to do an English stream with you.
Well, there you have it. And there's a stream schedule, by the way. I mentioned Taiwan today, of course, followed by the Influencer Challenge later on today itself, and then Thailand and Hong Kong tomorrow, I believe. Followed, of course, by our usual schedule, main event day 2, main event day 3, and of course the final table, 3 days in a row, the APT Incheon main event coverage, followed by the closer, the high roller, the 2-day 8 max final day, It's going to be a fun week.
Well, I think also the day one at the main event, day one actually had their flight A yesterday, and it was so well attended. I believe there were over 230 entries on day 1A alone already.
I suspect another record about to be smashed. What do you think?
Well, I cannot go
Hello
against that.
and
because,
welcome to the official APT live stream of the Natural 8 Taiwan at APT Incheon featured final table. So folks, this is what happened. This is what went down. We had Natural 8 sponsored a table, an online event on Natural 8, on which all these players from all over Taiwan played online, and they played down to the final 6 players. And those final 6 players get to play live here in Incheon. And so this is what you get to see. Let's waste no time and let's go ahead and meet our players. In seat 1, my friends, we have Liu Yuqi in seat 1 with 560,000 chips. Give him a warm welcome. Oh, hear the camaraderie in the background. That's great to see. And now, in seat 2, 275,000 in chips. Please give it up for Lin Shu Xuan. Good work, sir. Excellent, excellent. And in seat 3, with 490,000 in chips, please give it up for the very energetic Ho Chung Yi. And in seat 4, 520,000 in chips, please give it up for Lin Chao Chuan. Oh, give number 5, pardon me. In seat 5, 255,000 chips. Please give it up for my friend Lin Shin Lun. Seat 4, a little bit late. It's now in seat 6, 420,000 in chips. We've got Lin Yi Shi. And I guess now in seat 4, we're not going in chronological order here, folks. In seat 4, 520,000 in chips. It is Lin Chao Chuan. Give it up for these handsome gentlemen. Nice work. Bested a whole online field to be here live in APT Incheon. They look amazing. They look great. So let's get some photos. Let's just take a moment and let's snap some photos. Photographer? Photographer?
Well, look at these fine-looking gentlemen. And I think
so let's take a moment
I
now
know
to introduce our dealers and staff here at the APT. So let's introduce Megan representing our dealers for the live stream table. And you'll notice that she's wearing this lovely hanbok. A hanbok is traditional clothing here in South Korea, and it's something nice that we do here at all of our featured tables, which is to represent the culture of the country that we're in. So for example, when we were in Taiwan, the dealers wore chipaos, and here in South Korea, they are wearing the hanboks. Folks, let's give it one more time for our Natural 8 Taiwan final table. Steven Vitter, back to you.
Hello, hello, Greg. Well, it's always good to see your very handsome face and these handsome Taiwanese players. So once again, it's very interesting to see different outfits from, APT, they really go for something interesting all the time. Last time when we were in Da Nang, they had traditional Vietnamese clothing. This time they have traditional Korean clothing.
Indeed, I believe in Vietnam the outfit was called the Ao Yai. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course.
No ending.
Everything is BBN together.
Yeah, BBN. Yeah.
Everything is BBN.
So here we go. Steven, can you imagine? Just play on National 8, get flown to South Korea, play the APT Incheon main event, and while you're at it, why not compete from a $3,000 prize pool just for some extra bonus money? The winner, of course, getting $1,000. All of them guaranteed $150. That's USD, of course.
Well, it's a little bit like a Chris Moneymaker moment, no? You know, he's just playing a small online event and then qualifying you to a TV table. You know, what can go wrong with that, huh? You cannot complain.
Precisely. I'd love to see the Asia Chris Moneymaker come about from the APT Incheon. Have a sick run at the main event here. One of these 6, of course, all of them getting the main event tickets, but also the Natural 8 Hong Kong and Natural 8 Thailand events. So we have at least 18 qualifiers. Perhaps the influencers as well, you'll have to tell me. Oh, indeed, actually, the influencers as well. So there we go. We have 27 qualifiers from Natural 8, winning effectively what are satis with bonuses. I mean, you get the main event ticket. That's worth about 1,725 USD. You get $750 in travel expense. You get to play a final table with $3,000 in Natural 8 credits. And here we go.
And you get to be judged by us.
Commentated on, Stephen. We've discussed this.
Commentated on events. Oh, so glad to be back on the official stream here. Yesterday, we did the Cantonese stream, and it was, you know, obviously no one could predict that 3 players from Hong Kong made it to the final table. And, you know, we
how was that? Tell me more. It must have been super exciting.
Very exciting, and especially with Kevin Choi, you know, making it pretty much all the way to the end, coming second, unfortunately. But the rail was super excited. It's funny because, you know, we had WhatsApp groups, we had Telegram groups, and people were commenting on the final table in those groups rather than on YouTube.
Ah,
So we had
I
to, like,
see.
switch
Maybe we
between,
have to
you know.
branch out.
Yeah, well, anyway, so everyone got very excited, and you know, Kevin is a very established player. You know, I saw him grinding from the lowest possible stakes all the way to become a superstar challenge finalist, and is an absolute delight to see him do well.
Well, just a reminder, the players struck a deal, so Kevin had locked up second place money even before three-handed play really began, and actually as a result, he probably won more cash than the eventual winner from Singapore, Jun.
I think
However,
because they left 10% behind to play for, so I think all 3 players pretty much took home the same at the end.
Right. What a great result.
So this
I assume
table,
we can count
know.
on.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, please go ahead.
This table, I know one player sitting at seat 3, Mr. Ho. I know him from his adventure in match poker. So he plays the match poker event, and I met him a few times, and he actually visited Hong Kong for the Asian Championship of match poker.
Ah, very cool. I'm a fan of match poker myself, and I do know that teams are selected by invitation, so he must be pretty good. And of course, they all must be pretty good to battle through 251 entries and make it all the way to the final 6. Of course, the buy-in, by the way, was approximately $60. That's 1,920 Taiwanese dollars. And man, this must have been a tough bubble to face, huh? Would not want to be 7th place finisher for this one.
No, not at all. I think the opportunity of appearing on the now famous, you know, Asian Poker Tour TV table is almost as valuable as the main event ticket, I would say.
Certainly think so. By the way, action seems to have kicked off here. Ace King in the mix, King 4 defending. These players are certainly not amateurs, as I said. Putting up the buy-in, making it to the final 6. Some of them, by the way, have redeemed their main event tickets online. I'd love to know if they managed to make it to day 2, although certainly is a tough task. Maybe you can explain how the day one qualification works on Natural 8, Stephen.
Basically, you just play as you would on the as you would live, but they compress slightly the time so that the levels they go up a little bit faster because it's online, and then you qualify directly to day 3. You know, pretty straightforward, right?
Straight into the money, might I add.
I know, straight to day 3, straight into the money, and it saves you a trip if you don't want to make that trip. You know, if you're kind of 50-50, not quite sure whether you want to make the trip to South Korea, play online, you know, and if you qualify, then you can just fly over, have a 1 or 2 days break maybe in Seoul, and then just jump straight into day 3 in the money. Fantastic.
That's certainly one way to do it.
Back to this hand, ace high is good. King 4 is actually putting in a bluff here. Betting 30,000 into 1/5 of the pot is very value bet like. But I think ace king could actually call off here.
Indeed, he does.
Yep, catching the bluff.
Good call there, by the way. Now, Stephen, I must ask on behalf of all the... Well, of course, you're from Hong Kong. We are looking at the Taiwanese final table here, but perhaps you could explain what's going on with having 4 Lins on the table and 1 Liu, which sort of looks like Lin in the graphic.
Well, I don't know, to be honest. It's a popular surname, I guess. I suppose, I don't know, would it be unusual to have a lot of Singhs in an Indian exclusive event?
Great point, and great pull there. Very, very culturally aware of you. However, maybe having 4 out of 6 would surprise people because it is sort of a regional name, Singh, as you mentioned, in India. Maybe that's what's going on with Lin over here, or is it just popular across Taiwan?
Lin is quite popular surname across Taiwan. You know, along with Chen and Wang, they are popular Taiwanese surnames also.
Very interesting. Justin Fairbanks in the chat helping us out as always. As is JJ in the chat, by the way, mentioning how your friend, or rather the person you know on the table, Ho Chung Yi, actually got 2nd place in the APT main event 2020. It's before the new era, of course.
There you go. See? He's a good player. He's a good player. Well, very glad to welcome the viewers on YouTube. And I see Justin Fairbanks is back, our favorite researcher. We still haven't paid him yet.
Of course, the fact that these players
in Vietnam, yeah, very good.
Yeah, Justin making a great point. Of course, a lot of wins in Vietnam. I was going to say, I mean, of course, with these players having qualified online, the chances are they tend to put in a lot of volume online, but that does not mean they do not have commendable live results and live skills that they will put to the test today. Of course, Ho Chung Yi just got mentioned. 2nd place in the main event is extremely commendable. About $30,000 in earnings for Yu Chi as well. Liu.
But one thing I do notice when I sit at the table is how players stack up the chips. I think the more experienced players will stack up the chips in stacks of 20s and quite neatly, and big chips in front, etc., etc. Or I'm talking like experienced live players, and you can see seat 3 is a little bit all over the shop. So perhaps he hasn't played as much live tournament as the rest of them.
Well, the player in the hand with King Queen right now Certainly seems to have his poker skills on point. 3-betting with the king-queen. Catching the king on the flop. His opponent catching a pair and the backdoor nut flush draw. Certainly should be enough to continue in this hand. We might be about to kick off some action here. A spade on the turn would make things mighty interesting.
Very straightforward call with top pair.
I believe it was a continuation bet, Stephen.
Oh, okay. Of course. Was it? No.
Yeah,
I
3-bet
think
pre-flop, small
yeah.
3-bet.
Oh, okay. I got confused there.
Lines, of course, 5K, 10K. Standard 2x open by Ho there pre-flop. And Lin bumped up the action to 50K to go. Ho continued pre-flop. Flop bottom pair and that backdoor nut flush draw. Check calls the bet, and now the double barrel comes in. Value oriented this time. The heat might be a bit too much for just a 6. However, the chips are in hand. And perhaps just from the way he's counting them, Stephen, you might have a point about live experience.
I think they've got the names mixed up here. I think the person we see on screen is Lin, not Ho.
Oh, I see. We'll ask our production team, of course, to sort that out. Our apologies.
We see. Yeah. Anyway, river comes at 3, and along with the check mark. So it's Lin whose action is due to action right now, with the top pair.
Well, it goes to showdown. It seems like ace-6. Yeah, it seems like ace-6 sort of donk blocker bet there. We'll have to just double-check what's going on there. But as it stands, we have a clear chip leader with over 60 bigs.
Yeah, well, there you go.
26 big blinds is the shortest stack. 61 is the largest stack. Fairly even distribution across those 6 stacks. Should be an interesting one.
Well, it's going to be quite a turbo structure, hopefully. It's a good equalizer for different skill levels, right? When it becomes a bit turbo.
True. That's a great point. That being said, if somebody has a lot of experience playing turbos, they might be able to navigate a lot more effectively. For instance, knowing, of course, that you have to be aggressive. Yeah, just that's right. Someone like you, of course. Don't you wish you were in the mix?
Well, you know, I actually wanted to play this, and then I realized I had to do the commentary.
Interesting board here, by the way. Queen 9-5, 2 diamonds. The open ender, the classic Jack 10, along with the 10 of diamonds, versus the middle pair and king kicker. Lin once again getting busy. Certainly a king would be disaster. An ace of diamonds, however, interesting card, does give the flush draw to Liu as well to go along with his open ender. Another overcard to the 9 for Lin.
Ooh.
Good spot to check.
Flush draw that's come.
Brick river.
Yep.
So Steve and I participated once again doing commentary and production for this event in India called the Poker Sports League, and we were just talking about live experience. In fact, a lot of online qualifiers came in for that, and it's a team-based event, kind of like match poker you were talking about earlier. And in fact, when the live portion, the in-person portion of the league kicked off, the team captains brought along chipsets so they could actually teach their team members, especially the young qualifiers, how live poker works. Examples including one-chip rules, you know, how to actually cut out bets, how to stack your chips in 20s and the works, and so many things we take for granted. Of course, you and I have been playing poker a long time. It's actually a very fascinating transition, isn't it?
Oh, it's you know, I remember the first time I played live after playing online for maybe 9 months, and it was very daunting. I think it wasn't just about stacking chips. It wasn't just about, you know, looking at your whole cards in the right way. It's just the fact that you know, when you sit at home and play online, you have your feet up, you know, you're probably just wearing underpants. When you're playing a live event, you know, you're facing, you know, kind of other humans, and then you feel the adrenaline of the others, and the experience is so very different. And with the spotlights and with the TV, I'm sure it really accelerates the experience.
Yeah, we have 4 excellent camera operators capturing every move. They know their friends and family might be watching. From now until the end of time, need to make sure they do things right. By the way, our contests are kicking off in the chat just like yesterday. Kicking off the guess the winner. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's free money. We allow you to take a look at the chip stacks on the table and then guess the winner. Come on. What more could you want? Make sure you look at the pinned comment in the chat. Just fill in the form, put in your natural 8 ID, and if you do guess the winner, you will be entered into a flip out.
So even if you know nothing about poker or nothing about these players, 1 in 6, right? It's like rolling a die. Can't be that difficult.
Well, as Greg was pointing out, it's positive expected value plus EV, and the moment you pick a winner, it's like you've made money. You've made EV.
It's true. But yesterday, before I did the stream, I tried to get some takeaway sushi. I went to the counter and said, I've got some EV to pay for the sushi, and they gave me expected sushi.
Is this poker dad jokes, basically?
Sorry about that.
That'd be a good Twitter account, actually.
Expected sushi.
Both players with a gut shot, and the king queen actually decides to continue. Has the best hand, does not realize it. 93% equity. Does get the check mark with the king queen high. Was Lin planning to bluff at it again if he missed? Oh, indeed he was. And once again, I believe a slight graphical mix-up, yeah?
I think so. I'm trying to. Anyway, I'm a little bit confused with the graphic right now, but someone is bluffing into another person at the moment.
Of course, I suspect Lin and Ho Chung Yi's name might be swapped.
Swapped? I think so.
Sorted out.
I have one anchor point, which is I know what Ho looks like. Because I've met him a few times. I think he's the one sitting right in the middle. You know, he'll be seat 3, like kind of in the middle. Anyway, UTG folds. Opens with pocket 7s, very standard. Yes, 2 folds. 7 deuce is definitely a fold from small blind. Jack 6 off. Little bit of a loose call from the big blind. Takes a gamble here. Flop comes ace 9-9. Rainbow board. Totally favoring the pre-flop racer. Continuation bet, and we will take it down.
Oof. Counterfeited.
Oh. It's that easy, is it? Well, pocket 7's easy give up. Interesting, eh? Jack 6 defending on that board. And then randomly just bing the counterfeit on the turn.
We might be in for an eclectic few hours here. If this is the caliber of poker energy that these players are bringing in.
But like I said earlier, I think they've all locked up, you know, what they wanted to win online, i.e. the travel expenses plus a main event ticket. You know, they can just, it's almost like a nice home game being broadcast.
Yeah, some questions once again in chat about what we're watching here. Justin Fairbanks, of course, stepping in, answering some of those questions, but I will summarize once again. A $60 buy-in on Natural 8 for Taiwanese players. 251 entries, leading to 6 main event tickets, plus $750 in travel expenses. So that's about $1,700 for the main event ticket, USD, of course, plus $750 USD for travel expenses. And now here we are, playing the final table. $3,000 prize pool. First place finisher gets $1,000.
On screen right now, hitting the top pair is a typo here. His name should be Ho Chung Yi on the button with the top pair. Pretty random float if he calls here. Oh, yeah, it would have been a random float, but he decided not to float. He would raise instead.
He heard you.
Holding top pair, good kicker. Impossible to fold here. And he puts it in. And gets a fold. Poker is so much fun, huh?
Yeah, I think Ho just decided if you have a flush draw, let's gamble.
So it looks like Ho Chung Yi is the chip leader right now with 66 big blind. So to the Taiwanese viewers tuning in, 大家好，大家好，这是一个 Taiwan exclusive event. Once again, my Mandarin is failing me. 欢迎你们
Not
看
bad, not
我们
bad.
这个 live stream. 如果你们喜欢我们的直播的话，给我一个 like， 是我对我们很大的帮助，谢谢你们。Whew, there you go. Right, I've set my timer every 20 minutes this time because they're all Taiwanese players. Same hand, but at seat 2, he has seat 1, he has a club redraw, free rolling basically. Gets a fold. Yeah, how about you, Vidu? Do you have any kind of checklist of, figuring out how your opponents, what their experiences are like? I talked about earlier. I look for how they stack the chips and how they look at their cards. Do you have any insights on that? How you can, judge a player's experience, live experience?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm ashamed to admit that I do not have a particular process, although I do believe one should. Of course, the more you have a process in place, the better your outcomes are likely to be. That being said, I feel like it's quite holistic.
Ooh, process, holistic. Are we doing an MBA course here or what?
My apologies, I got carried away, but I was about to say I had an experience early on in my live tournament career where I just found myself involuntarily 3-betting someone, and I didn't even know what I picked up. I just knew they would fold. And ever since then, I've relied on my intuition a tad too much, I suppose.
You just knew they would fold. Great process, sir.
You ever have that feeling?
Yeah, but I don't trust it anymore. I used to have that feeling all the time, and now I just keep it as like a reference point rather than a judgment,
Did you ever read David Slansky's Book of Tells back in the day? Oh, sorry, was it Slansky or?
It's not Slansky, it's someone else. But
Caro, Mike Caro or something? I'll look it up, of course.
Peter Collette. I think Book of Tells. No.
Oh, Mike Caro. That's right. Mike Caro's Book of Tells.
Is it? Oh, Mike. Yes, that's it. Yeah.
I wonder if they hold up today in the live tournament arena. Too many players play like robots. Too many face masks for one thing, but also hoodies, sunglasses, and the works.
I can see Ho in the middle in his hoodie. He's got a little patch on his right shoulder with the name CTP written on it. That's the biggest poker club in Taiwan. The Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Club. Which is also
of course, that was the venue.
The venue, yes, of the Asian Poker Arena.
Yeah, I was just thinking, good times in Taiwan at the CTP. Excellent place to play poker. And perhaps very appropriately, as you walk down the stairs, you're surrounded by fish.
Yes, I remember going to check out the construction.
Oh, look at this, Steven. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Queen 7 has jammed and 5-4 suited in the big blind has called off. I mean, you mentioned home game. Everybody's locked up an extra $150 on National 8, trying to win the 1,000, but the computer hand finds the correct jam from the small blind. And look at this.
It's a queen.
Flops his opponent almost dead. Needs runner. That's not one of them.
Nope, it's done.
That is, of course, not Ho Chung-yi, as we've discussed, but if that is indeed Lin Shi, seems like he'd had enough. 5-4 was good enough.
Maybe he's rushing to play his Day 1B main event.
Very possibly so.
Okay, once again, I apologize to viewers. Ho Chung-yi is still alive in the tournament. I have a feeling he's actually chip leading this table. Oh, look, that's the Taiwanese dealer. Wow, they have a Taiwanese dealer dealing for the Taiwanese players. Wonderful. She used to be a I would say she used to be the head dealer for CTP in Taipei.
Wow, that's a lot of street cred in the dealing world for sure.
She looks fantastic in the Korean outfit.
Very cool. I think another display of the diversity at the Asian Poker Tour is the dealers themselves, especially when we're playing outside of Vietnam. The ones that make the trip end up being from all over Asia. Very, very cool to see. To those of you watching, we hope you make your way down to one of the Asian Poker Tour stops. The next one, by the way, already announced, back to Vietnam, back to Hanoi, in fact. But it's a big one. December 6th onwards, I believe, we kick off. Oh, rather, 1st onwards. The 6th onwards is the main event. The Hanoi Billion. Would be a fun time.
And speaking of having a very diverse bunch of people helping out at APT, Hong Kong, we sent 3 officials, 3 tournament directors to help out in this event. It's actually difficult to find professional poker officials in Asia. It's not as easy as you think because they all need to qualify through a Tournament Director Association test, a TDA test.
Oh.
Yeah, and they are actually surprisingly difficult. Like, you know, I don't want our operator to have those questions as quiz questions for our viewers because we're not going to give away the prizes. There are some very difficult questions. You have to do 40 multiple choice questions, and you have to get 90% correct. So only you have a margin of error of 4 answers.
Wow, that is strict.
In order to qualify, and they ask you, you know, all sorts of poker questions beyond hold'em. So they ask you stud questions, they ask you draw game questions, they ask you, you know, PLO, you know, and even though we played poker for a long time, some things we do get wrong.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Although I have to say, Stephen, you have teed me up perfectly to talk about some of the eclectic games we have going on today at the APT here in Incheon. Kicking off the day was, and by the way, registration is still open for the next few hours, the limit Deuce to 7 and Badoogie triple draw, a $225 buy-in. After that, the pot limit Omaha High-Low, a $375 buy-in, an excellent event. I'll skip all the bigger buy-in events. We have the single-day high roller as usual. Of course, the main event is on. Some no-limit hold'em events. The women's event, which is always a fun time. Of course, you and I covering the Natural 8 Influencer Challenge. And then, here's the fun one, the no-limit Heroes. No-limit hold'em, no-limit stud high-low, Raz, Omaha high-low, and stud. And mind you, high-low games with no limit are super fun because then you get to price out highs and lows. Let me pause my excitement here because I see a three-way situation developing. Jacks have gone all in. Ace Queen and fives in the mix, and Ace Queen hits the muck.
Well, judging by the showdowns earlier, pocket fives is too good to give up, right?
Yeah, if you can dominate 5-4 suited, you have to call off fives. I'm surprised to see Ace Queen let it go. What a great result for the Jacks. Get the 50% equity hand to fold, get the 18% equity hand to call off.
Well, here comes the flop. There's no five there. Oh, ace. Three to make it
the Ace
interesting.
Queen, of course.
Ace Queen.
Well, how about top two for the extra needle for the tight fold? The fives cannot catch. The Jacks find the full double up and the little extra bonus from the Ace Queen. And the cameraman knows exactly who to zoom in on. The person who folded the Ace Queen. Well done, sir. I see a hint of regret.
你有赢吗？
他赢啊，他说练高中就是 KQ 啊。我练高中啊，跟我赢。一定是 KQ 的。
So the whole table is speaking Mandarin right now, including the dealer. Everyone at the table understands Mandarin.
They may as well be at CTP in Taiwan. Local dealer. All Taiwanese players, of course. The ace-8 suited hits the muck, by the way. The 10-4. Defense in the big blind. Catches a flush draw. Yu Chi. Ace-5 with the ace of diamonds does have that key card, the ace of diamonds. Small continuation bet. I like the sizing, you can immediately tell somebody knows what they're doing when their continuation bet sizing is very small. Certainly the way to go in the modern era of poker. Double barrel, by the way, on the brick turn. The flush draw probably cannot go anywhere yet. Turn sizing is small as well. The flush draw could decide to turn their hand into a bluff. Yi Shi, taking his time. That's the call. And the diamond on the river, and an interesting card at that. The ace of diamonds, as I said, could be the key card. Look at that, reaching for chips. Very impressive stuff by Yuchi. Is going to run into the bad news here, considering the flush did hit for his opponent, but you gotta love the triple barrel going big on the river as well, representing that flush with the ace of diamonds. The board is now paired. I suspect Yishi will see no value in raising.
Well, with that nut
Has a small
blocker,
flush.
with the nut blocker, you know, he thought he could bluff it, but hasn't worked out.
Yep. I am impressed. Just been informed by the production team. We are sorting out the names. I suspect we'll just go by seat numbers for now. I would hate to be calling someone the wrong name for too long. Our apologies for anybody supporting them, and of course, if and when they watch this stream later on, but We are sorting all of it out as we speak.
UTG opens with ace-10 off. Very standard. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to shout out a couple of familiar faces in the chat. Meng Ting, Be Nasty, asking about all Taiwanese players. Indeed, this is the Natural 8 Taiwan final table. All of these players have locked up main event tickets and playing for this $3,000 prize pool. We're down to 5 already. Seat 5 with the ace-10 off, as you said, Stephen. Lines are up, by the way, 5K, 15K. The race size is now pretty standard at 30K opens. King Jack suited with the 2 hearts had come along for the ride from the button and just flops the world. King 10-9. A straight flush draw and top pair for seat 7. Meanwhile, second pair, top kicker for the pre-flop aggressor on the gun. The big blind holding the dummy end of a gut shot. Check to the button
betting.
and chips.
Stop string betting, please.
Well, there's that live inexperience, and perhaps you can explain what string betting is in case any of our viewers supporting them are also primarily online players.
The button says, don't show the turn card yet. I still want to call. Little did he know that he's way, way, way behind. Maybe he'll regret it later. Maybe he'll wish the dealer put out the turn card first before he committed another bet.
Well, he's managed to add some outs at least. The queen now would give him Broadway. A 10, an ace that's not a heart, and a queen that's not a heart are the outs. 16% equity. But 4 to a straight on the board. I suspect the player on the button just has too much of a hand, does not want to check behind. Missed the opportunity to add more chips into the middle, but 170k in the pot, about 300k in a stack. Would hate to bet and be check raised. Does go for the safer option, and the straight flush. The absolute gin card, I did not even want to think about it. The higher straight than the board for Ho, who was under the gun with the ace, and the straight flush just binks it. Screenshot that, ladies and gentlemen. It almost makes the whole table worth it. I mean, how often do you get to see a straight flush to the king?
Tom Joan said he hit 4 this morning online. I remember you telling me that last time.
These players do play. Yeah, you know, these players, of course, have come from Natural 8. Perhaps they're used to straight flushes, but watching it in person is just so pretty.
Oh, he's
especially when it's in
Hollywooding.
hearts.
Oh, he's put the time bank out. He's got the stone cold.
I like it.
By the way, we were talking about poker rules earlier. In the old days, when you have the nuts, you have to raise. But the rules have been changed since. Nowadays, you can simply check behind or flat your bet. You don't have to raise. There's no obligation for you to raise.
Well, in this case, the obligation is to try and get the maximum, and surely the ace needs to consider calling. Of course, the flush seems very likely, but an ace might be shoving as well.
Well, I'm
And
sure
somewhere
he's
in the back of your head, you're thinking,
he's valuing a straight. He's valuing a flush rather than a straight, right?
Possibly, but I have to say, if you had the ace of hearts on the button, you should actually be shoving in this spot as well. Because you can fold out the same hand. That is to say, a chop would have to fold perhaps, or at least be in the blender the way Ho, the player on the gun, with the ace-10 is right now. This is actually a sick spot. Not easy to put your opponent on a flush. Every so often you see opponents act very erratically on boards with straights on them, just because they want to blow you away from a chop. In this case, the ace actually beats the board. Little does he know he's up against a straight flush. A straight flush, Steven! Look at it! It's almost a royal.
It's not your common code. Is a COVID level. It's a straight flush. It's not just a flush. Good
fold there.
Solid fold.
Does he show? He doesn't show? He doesn't show a straight flush to the king? What kind of discipline, what Zen mastery is this? I'd be sending photos to everybody I know. Okay, it's official. This is the man to fear on this table. If you do not show a straight flush to the rest of the table, you're too used to hitting straight flushes. Chat, let me know. Would you show there? Am I going crazy here?
You need to show, man. If you hit a straight flush, I think.
Or maybe it's the online thing, the auto muck mentality.
Well, players are picking up good hands this time on the button. Ace King suited. I am going to call him Lin because there are many Lins here. I think my chance of calling him the right surname is pretty high.
Well, we know the player smiling right now on the left of the screen is Ho. So yeah, you're about 3 out of 4 to hit the right
my
name
chances.
there. Quick fold to the 3-bet by the Ace-King suited. By the way, Steven, you and I both covered different streams, of course. The Superstar Challenge yesterday, that's a $10,000 buy-in. Playing all the way to the eventual winner from Singapore last night. But did you notice the amount of premium hands yesterday?
Oh, it's incredible.
Kings everywhere.
And speaking of
really hope that continues.
Winner, you remember that hand when he went 4-way all-in with pocket kings? That was insane.
I was not in the booth, but trust me, I followed that. Kings versus queens versus deuces versus ace-10, and just binks the king on the flop and boats up. What a life. Ends up winning the tournament, by the way.
Pocket queens from the button.
Well, there we go. This feature table is blessed. The poker gods. One action. Lots of premiums.
I have to say, poker is not rigged.
There we go. Must have that to clip for every event.
Indeed. So, last time we were on stream. Did I ask you whether you've watched Oppenheimer yet? Was it out by then?
It was out, I believe. Yes.
You hadn't seen it that time, right? Have you seen it since?
No, I think I had done both. I had done both Barbie and Oppenheimer. I went the very first day, very first show in India, and by which I mean 12:05 a.m. And would you believe it? What an appropriate time for you to ask me this. I was actually playing online poker on my mobile phone, and the poker gods just refused to make me bust out of the tournament I was playing in. So in a move of absolute blasphemy, I had to continue playing in the theater, and of course, I'm not an animal. I went and sat at the backmost corner seat to do that, to make sure the light did not get in anyone's way. And so the first time I watched the new Christopher Nolan movie, I was distracted by an online tournament. I made sure to repent, to apologize, to humbly ask for forgiveness, and went and saw it in IMAX once more.
Good. Because it's funny, because obviously on screen they were the most brilliant minds at the time in physics, and then you were playing against some good minds in poker online.
Yeah, I don't think it comes close. People were talking about splitting the atoms. I was talking about folding 7 deuce.
We were talking about 6 Nobel Prize winners versus a $5 event, was it?
How dare you? How dare you guess correctly? Oh, look at this. The heat coming in from seat 8. 6-4 suited opens under the gun. Takes it down with a double barrel. These guys are here to play. You called it obviously tongue-in-cheek, but like a home game. Top prize here, $1,000. But the players are happy to showcase their final table skills. Certainly no coincidence they made it all the way to the top 6. Locked up the main event ticket, and of course been flown over here in style. Will be firing the main event either today, I assume, after they're done with their final table here. And some of them did redeem it online as well.
Mm-hmm. So many ways to get to play your APT stops. You don't have to. You can play the day one at home. You can go and play it live. However suits your schedule. It's so convenient.
So before I forget, Stephen, what are your thoughts on Oppenheimer?
I was blown away. No pun intended. I could not believe. Yeah, well, I couldn't believe Christopher Nolan could make something that is so. It's almost an art house movie to me. It's very dialogue heavy, but it was so violent in a very aggressive way, verbally aggressive way. It was an action movie with no action. It's incredible.
Indeed, I loved it as well. Kind of reminded me of The Social Network in terms of the dialogue heaviness. Also a great movie, I feel.
Yeah. And also very violent. In terms of...
the 9 on the river, by the way.
Yeah, go on.
I was just about to say, a lucky chop for the Queen 4.
Let's see whether he can pull the trigger and fall out the chop hand. Can they represent anything here? Nope, just a call.
Kicker doesn't play.
Yeah. Chop it up.
Stephen, I happen to be looking at the list of the Hong Kong qualifiers for the same event for Hong Kong, that is, the Natural 8.
Yep. Andy's in it. The guy who made FC yesterday. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Lou, we were calling him, of course. That, I believe, is his last name. Goes by Andy. Wingpo Lou.
Mm-hmm.
Already having an amazing run. I mean, $150 USD buy-in.
I think after the Superstar Challenge, he actually went on to play the TikTok event and also FT that.
Oh my word. Now, you cannot mention the TikTok event without telling our viewers what it is. It is one of the most entertaining structures of all time.
Well, it is entertaining, I'll give you that. It's a crazy event where duration of levels goes down as it goes along. So it starts off with 1 hour levels, and then goes to half an hour, and then 15 minutes, and then 5 minutes, and then 3 minutes. So by the end, you're literally playing 2 levels every hand. You know, a little bit of tanking, 2 levels have gone.
And then an additional twist, by the way, to the Midnight TikTok event from a couple of days ago. They added winning the button on top of that with 5-minute levels.
Really?
So you're super incentivized to try and essentially probably just go all in and get folds from the button. I mean, just absolute madness. 225 USD, by the way, is the buy-in. 300,000 Korean won. Happening every day. Just to cap off the night. Nightcap in the form of a poker tournament.
And you know you won't be there until 6 a.m.
That's right. I think, well, every hour, so I suppose by 4 a.m., or rather by 3 a.m., the levels are 5 minutes. Just saying that out loud. It's a bit hilarious. After covering the Superstar Challenge, you're telling me Andy Wingpo Lu goes on to final table, the $225.
I think he did. I think
TikTok.
I saw a picture of him at the final. I could have been mistaken. It could have been the night before, but I am pretty sure he actually went and played the TikTok event straight after the Superstar Challenge. You know, what kind of creative mind thought up that event? You know, it's so fantastic for like a late night, you know, maybe 1 or 2 drinks. It's just a fun event. Great
Indeed.
marketing, great product. You know, it's just perfect for midnight.
I was
I'm
counting out some of the...
By the way, I apologize. I was speaking like a gambling degen there. I apologize. Responsible gambling, of
Oh,
course.
no, I agree with you. I mean, listen, we're here to have fun as well. And these are smaller buy-ins, $225, as I mentioned. Just to round out some of the other events I didn't get a chance to mention, I was explaining the No Limit Heroes, they call it, Heros, Hold'em, Stud, Raz, Omaha High-Low, and regular studs, so stud, high-low, and regular stud. Now, that is also a $225 buy-in event, and I mean, you're playing 5 mixed games. The APT really doing their best to promote mixed games in Asia, and I think it's going to be a huge success down the road. Already a huge success, of course, but these are the smaller buy-in events, so it's a way to splash around, have fun, and learn these mixed games. And then event number 41, Lazy Rivers. Now, we discussed this in Da Nang, Stephen. It means that the last card, the river card, is actually dealt face up, but individually to each player. So it's not a community card. It's kind of like stud. And it's a hyper turbo. I mean, absolute madness.
So in a way, it's kind of like a reverse Super Hold'em. It's a reverse 3-card Hold'em with 1 card exposed, I think.
I barely understand.
Since they're getting 3
Super
cards
Hold'em.
to start first.
If you... Steven.
Go on.
You've lost me. You lost me at reverse Super Hold'em.
Yeah, it is a bit like a reverse
I
Super
find
Hold'em.
Super
because
Hold'em confusing.
a Super Hold'em is a 3-card Hold'em game, right? You can use, you know, 1 card, 0 cards, or all 3 cards or 2 cards. So in a way,
Right.
when you have Lazy River, you get dealt your 3rd card at the end.
Ah.
Right?
Well,
So
that's
it's
right.
like a
That's right.
reverse
That's an
Super
interesting
Hold'em.
way.
Yeah. I think.
Interesting. But it's face up. The whole table can see
It's
it.
face up. Yeah. So it's like a reverse Super Hold'em with the dealer making a mistake. Making
Oh my
9
word, by the
mistakes.
way. Look at the turn. Top 2 now. This might be the biggest spot so far. We had Under the Gun open. Get 3 bet. Now top 2. Mystery hand, by the way.
No, you've got to bet with your top two, don't you?
Well, actually, the small blind is the pre-flop aggressor. 3-betting from the small blind to 80k. King, queen suited, continued. Flop, stop pair. Check calls. Or rather calls in position.
Well, to me, it's time to crack aces.
Could be. Could the mystery hand be aces?
Smells a little bit like aces to me.
Well, I suspect
Puts in a
aces
bunch
might
of
have continued.
banks.
Yeah,
Oh,
I would
okay.
expect
So
a
you
double
check the
barrel
flop,
by
do you?
aces. You bet the flop and
You
now
check
check the turn.
Well,
Now facing
maybe protecting
a
the range,
95,000 bet.
checking the turn with aces is not so bad. I can't see many combos that he could be tanking with. But then ace king could do the same, I suppose. Or he's giving up some not aces. Okay, fair enough.
Well, he 3-bet from the small blind and then continuation bet checking the turn. Could be a whole range of smaller pairs and of course Broadway cards that did not connect with a king and a queen, but as it stands, king, queen, and with the victory there, the huge stack.
So let's see who is.
So
I don't know whether. So the Taiwanese dealer is leaving, and I don't know whether this young lady is also from Taiwan or not. Oh, no, wrong way. The other way. That's it. Go on. You know you can do it.
Justin Fairbanks with the update very appropriately, considering we're covering the Taiwanese table here. Nevin actually was the runner-up in the midnight TikTok last night. Well, what do you know?
Nevin could be the most hardworking live MTT player I know currently. He just plays and plays and plays.
Nevin, of course, the Taiwanese sensation, approaching almost $1 million in live tournament earnings after some incredible results in Da Nang. One half of the YouTube channel, Win Poker Couple. Believe his... Well, he goes by Nevin, of course. I suppose his name is Yu Chung, Stephen, is that correct?
Yeah, yep, that's his name.
Nevin Chang is what he goes by, Taiwanese Poker Pro. And Natural Aid Ambassador, of course.
Used to be a
Thanks for the
professional
info,
gamer.
Justin. So the midnight TikTok being dominated by these super pros, huh? Come on, guys. Leave some room for the rest of us. Oh my word, small blind versus big blind violence here. Ace, king, and pocket eights. An understandable 3-bet from the big blind. And perhaps an understandable 4-bet coming from ace, king. Actually, no, just the call. Pretty surprising.
Well, one thing I learned
Could
from
easily-
this kind of exclusive event is don't make predictions. Oh,
Definitely true.
there you go.
不能讲话。
Top pair talk kicker now considering donking it.
真的不知道他那一手牌是不是有花干，我如果被他OE。你盖了？我盖，我有。
I'll tell you what, if I was in the shoes of the pocket eights, I would be pretty confused.
真的不行，但我看推一推跑，直接这样跑，把我们两个如果。
Two spades on the board as well.
他运气太强。
Could give his opponent credit for perhaps bluffing with a flush draw. Never mind. Quick release. Loses the minimum with the pocket eights. A 4-bet or some sort of a jam pre-flop could have actually been called by the pocket eights. As it happens, good pot control. Ended up costing him a few chips, but the pocket eights lose the minimum.
OK 好。 对对。OK。
我欢迎台湾的玩家来看这个直播，这是一个台湾只有台湾人打的比赛，他们在online 的 Natural A 的地方打了一个比赛，最后留位的玩家就是在圆圈打这一个 Final Table， 所以全部的玩家都是台湾人。我可以说就是这么多，因为我的国语不好了。谢谢大家。如果你们喜欢这个 stream 的话，请给我一个 like， 还有可以 subscribe 我们的频道就最好了。谢谢大家。That's my TikTok time. My alarm set.
Well done, well done.
Half an hour, 20 minutes.
Now we have about 10 minutes left before the guess the winner form is taken away from the chat. It's pinned still. It's free money, as Steven as I have been saying. All you need to do is guess the winner. By the way, one player already out on this table, and yet you can make your predictions. So do not forget to do that. The more you guess correctly, the higher chance you win in the flip out. There's 4 of these events to guess. The prize pool is $688 tournament dollars on Natural A. By the way, you can see these screen names for these players. Nothing too out of line. I do like, I believe, Xuan Lin, the KJ. That's the player with 22 bigs. I suppose we'll have to look out if they play King Jack aggressively. By the way, Steven, do you have a online moniker?
I'm not going to tell the world. No. If you find out, you find out.
Interesting.
But I've been using that great name for a few years now.
I recently signed up for a new site. Went with Pocket Raccoon.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Marvel reference.
When in doubt, go for a Marvel reference or a nerdy reference. Really gets
but generally, so I'm going to give
the
you
women interested.
My oh, of course. I went for a Radiohead, the band. I went for a Radiohead reference for my username.
Ah. Unless it's something really well known, it would be lost on me. But there you go, the world. If you want to look up Steven's screen name.
Well, knowing me, it would be something relatively obscure.
Ah, of course.
Justin Fairbanks asked me a direct question. He said, do you think more Hong Kong players went to Taipei or Incheon? I would say Taipei for sure. Taipei for sure. Because I know that because the Taipei event, the satellite for the Taipei event was better attended, much better attended. We created 7 tickets through satellite for the in Hong Kong for the Taipei event, whereas this time round we only created 3, plus some other Poker League winners. So there's a good chance that Taipei had more Hong Kong players. But still, it's not going to be a small number. I reckon there are maybe 50 players from Hong Kong playing in this series. Whereas Taipei, we had almost 200 players. Speaking of raccoons,
Pocket Rocket Raccoons versus the Ace King. My word. Somebody in chat yesterday was predicting an Aces versus Ace King showdown. That's exactly what we're headed towards. 3-bet jams the Ace King, and who can blame him? Is going to run into the absolute worst news.
哎呀，怎么了？哭了，哇，运气不如人，拿到一只 AK。
Quick call. A huge $1.1 million chips, excuse me. That'd be more exciting, but certainly 1.1 million chip pot. And look at this. Absolutely.
Two hearts. Yeah.
Oh, the queen, but it's
no,
hearts.
It's a flush. It's a flush.
It is GG.
King of hearts. No. Imagine having 2 straight flush on one stream.
A royal you were shooting for there. Not just
a
any.
royal even. Yeah.
Okay.
GG.
Not much you can do. Yep, GG takes it with a smile. I like it. And by the way, it does lock up that initial pay jump. We are, of course, building our way slowly towards the $1,000 first place prize, but $250 there. $350 is the next one, followed by $500, $750, and $1,000.
Well, we're down to 4 players. And don't forget, this evening we have the KOL event later on. I think it starts at 6 p.m. Hong Kong time, if I'm not mistaken. I'll be covering it in Cantonese with AJ Suited, one half of AJ Suited, which is a popular YouTube channel in Cantonese. So it's run by 2 guys, like one guy called Aaron, another called Jackie. So their kind of channel name is AJ Suited, Aaron and Jackie. And Jackie is playing the feature table, and Aaron is at home in Hong Kong commentating in Cantonese with me. So please, if you do speak Cantonese,
what about
join us. Go on.
What about the conflict of interest there?
Well, we'll be speaking Cantonese, so we will know about it.
Well, Greg and I will be covering it in English as well. Should be a fun time, but I will keep a lookout and check out there. Is it a YouTube channel you said?
It's going to be on Natural 8 Hong Kong for the commentary.
Oh no, I was referring to AJ Suited.
Jackie. Yeah, AJ Suited is a YouTube channel.
Very cool. We'll check that out.
So at the moment, we are trying to work together to grow the Natural 8 Hong Kong channel. Aside from their own AJ Suited, we're trying to get the Natural 8 Hong Kong channel moving as well.
3 more minutes to guess the winner.
Oh, 3 more minutes.
Steven, I know you have to be unbiased, but nothing stopping you from filling in that form with your secret screen name.
Whoa. I don't think I should. TNCs apply. Yep, Justin, you're correct. Last night, my co-host on Natural 8 Hong Kong, Alan Lau, King Loon, he won the Big Old event. So he won the 5-card Omaha high-low event last night. It was a late night finish.
So 6 events won by Hong Kong out of, I'd say about 32. Let's just say 30 events, not including the main event, have concluded. Not a bad ratio at all.
Well, I think the marquee trophy so far is the mystery bounty. Well, one of the marquee trophies so far is the mystery bounty, and that was won by Dickie Zhang from Hong Kong.
Pocket aces in the mix once again. 3-bet from the blinds. The button has a mystery hand. There you go. Let's play along. Seems to be in the mood to continue. It's a big 3-bet, 55k more to call. There it is. Let's play aces out of position, with just 5 big blinds behind. Jam any flop usually would be the strategy.
The names are reflected now. It's Ho now.
Ah, there you go. So indeed, this is Ho from Taiwan, rather. Your compatriot, is it, or just somebody you were aware of?
Someone I've played against, and I have hosted in Hong Kong as well. It's a familiar name for sure. Lin
Mitts
decides to
on
call.
the flop.
Pairs
Wow,
up.
not the card you want to
completes
see.
The flush.
Ho has 1 big blind behind, apparently. But if I'm looking at his
He
chip
doesn't.
stack, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, he doesn't. Unless he has $10 chips in front of him. Don't think he has that.
About
Still,
the worst
I
card in
have
the
a
deck.
I have a feeling Ho is actually the chip leader right now.
I suspect
You
you're
saw
right. Although no, that's actually unlikely because of course we saw the aces versus ace king, the massive and chip pot. Ho is likely second in
yeah, of
chips, looking at his
course.
stack.
True.
Does have aces as well. Now, I think, Steve, the Jack of Hearts is pretty much the worst deck. Of course, Jacks are going to continue on that flop. Call the 3-bet, and now facing a huge bet. I like this, Steven. Wow, lets it go fairly quickly. I was going to say I like it because we get to play along and be in the blender with aces, and look at the discipline there. And oh, don't tell me we don't get to see the mystery hand. That is just brutal. Now we really get to feel like what it's like to be in Ho's shoes. Just never know what his opponent had.
And you
Interesting
can
fold
see
there.
on
And of course
TV
that
afterwards.
yeah, indeed. And of course, we suspect he has about, I would guess, maybe 750,000 in chips. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or actually, I take that back. Those blues likely 5,000. So each stack worth 100. 300,000 in chips, perhaps, for Ho. Once again, our apologies. Just bear with us. We will get the chip stack sorted, just like we got the names sorted. We can feel pretty confident about what we're looking at here. Down to 4 players. Names accurate as of now.
Well, at least one name is accurate, I know.
I feel confident. We got the other ones sorted as well.
So Lin opens.
Button raise.
Oh, something's happening here. Oh, it shows. Okay. 7 deuce, can play. Move on. Next hand. Well, I welcome the 45 viewers on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. This is the Natural 8 Taiwan exclusive event. It's a on live event, so half of the, well, a portion of the event is played online, with the final table being played live in South Korea at the APT Incheon series. So the final 6 players from the online event would get a main event ticket each and some travel expenses, and they are playing for a bit of prize money. We are down to 4 players. I believe the next payout will be $350. And by the
Small
way,
v
the guess the
big.
winner game, the guess the winner quiz is now closed. So thanks for participating.
Hopefully, you get some good guesses in there. Answer more chips when it comes to the flip out. $688 up for grabs on Natural 8. Free money. This is the summary. We will have many more games and activities in every stream we do. Stay tuned. Somebody asked, by the way, in chat, when is the main event? Well, the main event has kicked off, but the main event streams kick off starting the day after tomorrow. That's going to be day 2 onwards. Should be a fun time. Make sure you join us. We usually follow feature tables all across day 2 and day 3. Really helps us familiarize ourselves with all the players who end up at the final table, but also see some interesting poker along the way. And it really is my favorite part of the APT coverage, that we're not only seeing the final table, the sort of end game stage of the tournament, we're seeing the middle game as well. For some people it's a grind, but for everybody else, it's where the chips are made, it's where the fates are decided, and of course, as we get to that money bubble, things get pretty tense and pretty fun.
I like
I'm thinking back to Da Nang. My
Sorry,
apologies, Stephen. I was thinking back to Da Nang. Didn't we have like the craziest bubble ever? You and I covering it in the booth.
Yes.
Hopping
and
table to
with,
table.
Yes, Neil Johnson with his now famous catchphrase, "Nothing happened."
Nothing happened. Every time somebody doesn't bust, nothing happened. And then, of course, we would cut back to our feature table where people were limping aces, folding pocket queens under the gun. The bubble just makes for some entertaining situations.
It's actually, yesterday, even though the players were highly skilled, the Superstar Challenge really came to life when the bubble approached. It just became so interesting. All the very kind of standard plays just went out the window. Everyone was really carefully considering all the ICM factors and just made it, it became a proper tournament then.
Well, let me make a cheesy transition to the action on the table here, because somehow the 6-3 and the big stack managed to 3-bet and apply pressure as though it's a very proper tournament. Of course, we're here playing for $1,000 up top, but all these players are qualified into the main event. And I'll tell you what, the chip leader on the table, 3-betting there, using his big stack, being the table bully, I'd look out for this chap in the main event. The player on the right-hand side of the screen with the massive chip lead, Yi Shi Lin.
你要把筹码叠20个一点就会算了。25万左右。
With the guess the winner, form closing up. I think those who guessed Yi Shi are going to find themselves heavy favorites at the moment. He has the chip lead and seems to know what to do with it. All in, he says, as to prove my point. And runs into pocket queens.
Still, if you have one overcard, you have 30%.
你一定没有20个一叠，一看就知道。22个。对啊。
Flop comes ace 7-4. No help to king 9 at the moment. Pocket queen still. Oh, now the flush draw comes. 9 clubs. No help. That's a good, beautiful double up for Ho. Much needed. So he's actually speaking Mandarin to the dealer, so I'm guessing the dealer is also Taiwanese.
Ah, I see.
Right? Maybe they will find someone from Hong Kong to deal the Nat Rate Hong Kong exclusive table. Well, I know the tournament director is going to be someone from Hong Kong.
That kicks off tomorrow, of course. I believe you said 6 p.m. local time, Steve?
Tomorrow, no, 6 p.m. local time is for the KOL challenge. I think the Hong Kong event is in the morning, like the midday session. Let me have a look. Let me have a look.
No.
I can look that up for you. At least in Korea time, it would be 12:30 p.m., the same time as we kicked off our stream today.
Yeah, so it's this one, yeah. So tomorrow, I think, is back-to-back, isn't it? It's back-to-back Hong Kong and Thailand event.
You and I are going to have to brush up on some Thai pronunciations, my friend.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll learn a few Thai phrases to say, apart from Sawadi.
Well, I highlight Thailand in particular because, of course, forgive my ignorance, but they have the longest names, and I believe that's because most of them have absolutely unique names, unlike the Lins on the table here. And we definitely are going to make sure we know how to pronounce them in advance. There's no way around it.
Well, there's a new indie band called the Linders. So 4 girls called Linda formed a band called the Linders from the US.
Well, we have an indie band right here for Lins.
The
Well,
Lins.
3 now.
Well, 3 is good. Nirvana only had 3 members. Pocket 4s. Put it all in. All in.
3.
Lin is
The
all in.
3-bet jam against the button open. I suspect Chow not giving the chip leader enough credit here for an ace-jack level of holding. 29 bigs is a huge shove, but I think Lin needs to, or rather Yishi, of course, both of them are Lins, but the chip leader needs to do, and needs to solve the logic puzzle here. His open is going to be perceived as very wide. The jam coming in from Chow can be very wide as well. Ace-Jack performs pretty well against a range of hands, behaving this way. Could have his opponent dominated every once in a while. Does actually make the fold. Does not want to take perhaps what he perceives as a flip at best. Has a comfortable chip lead at the moment. 40% of the chips in play, in fact.
Maybe is slightly affected by the King 9 hand earlier. You know, he just lost a chunk of his chips to Ho.
You're right.
And he didn't want to take another knock in his stack.
Indeed, that
Just
does
in
often
going on
affect.
trade. It shouldn't affect you, but you know, we are but flesh and blood. Sometimes, you know, when you just had a bit of a setback, you become a little bit more conservative.
我 4我就直接丢回来。
怪怪的。
Now Ho is back up to about 20 big blinds. He's
一目了然，就像我这样看你就大概知道你
opening a bit wider now.
对，所以
不能直接问人家后
Lin on the big blind with ace king off.
因为他有做好
33 big blinds.
对，我就说我叠好。
Should be a very straightforward 3-bet here.
锦标赛跟现金桌比较不一样，就不用回答。
Four-handed from the
就是你乱
button.
的，我可以叫你要求你。
You know, it's a bit of a wide range open there. Ace king is very, very good against most combos.
对对对，大概这样。
Puts in the race. It's very straightforward fold. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Hashtag Neil. Well, by the way, we have a new contest in the chat. Of course, people were lamenting that the form was now closed. Well, how about the trivia quiz? It is perhaps the easiest trivia quiz you will face this decade. Trust me. Just click the link pinned in the chat. You can answer the quiz and join the flip out once again, worth $688 tournament dollars on Natural 8, and each correct guess gives you 100 chips, up to a max of 1,000 chips for the flip out. Free money.
Ho is very active once again from cutoff, opening with king queen off. Lin defending his big blind with a jack 6 suited. See the flop. It's a club there. Ace on the board. Both players missed that flop. No immediate flush draw either. And Lin is staring at the board. Checking his cards again, just in case they turn into diamonds in 30 seconds time. Nope, they still clubs. And checks. Ho checks behind. Nope, he doesn't check behind yet. He checks. Okay, good. Turn comes. Another diamond. Pairs up the board as well.
Sorry.
Lin is staring at the board. Doesn't check his card again. And checks. Ho checks. Thinking his king high might be good enough to showdown. With an 8, double pair up is absolute chop. Lin is hoping his bet will bet out the chop hand. And he folds, got a fold. Wow. There you go. Chip leader. The power of the chip lead. 1.3 million. It's good for 62 big blinds. Chip leading. Pretty much half the chips in play right now.
Almost has second in chips covered twice over. Certainly pole position to take this one down. Would be a nice little notch on somebody's Hendon mob.
Back to the small blind. The chip leader. BVB opens with queen 3 off. Wow. Not opening, sorry, just completing the blinds. Checking behind ace 9 off. Very interesting. Flop comes 10-3 deuce. Hits the small blind. And then he put in a bet that is too small. Not even one big blind. Got a quick call with this backdoor straight draw and backdoor flush draw. Turns both. turns the backdoor flush draw. And now he bets. Might get a fold here. Nope, he's not getting a fold here. Got a call, pretty much snap calling him. River. Gets the check mark. Hits the 9. 3 is no good. Ace 9 takes it down. Another day at the office for Mr. Ho here.
Yeah, we
I
should
think of
highlight
the 4
Ho
players.
has-
Yeah, he's gone.
Well, I was about to say, I was looking up his Hendon mob, over $250,000 in live earnings alone.
Yeah.
Very impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Certainly the most live experience on the table by a mile. Perhaps shows. New dealer?
I think she
Perhaps an
dealt
old
the
dealer, actually.
Superstar Challenge last night. I think she
Indeed
was one
she
of the
did, and
dealers.
she's of course... I believe she kicked off our table as well, actually.
Mm-hmm. No rest, eh? You know, I think she was dealing until 2, 3 a.m. Straight back at it.
Mad props to the dealers, as always, making any of this possible. Working hard, as you just said, Stephen.
I was commenting on the fact that, you know, it takes so many people to make a successful tournament series. You know, yes, last night I was counting how many cameramen, how many operators were at work to just make the streaming table happen. And then there were all these outer tables, they were running maybe 3 or 4 side events at the same time. So praises where praises are due to the APT management team and the staff.
You're so right, and having attended so many of these events in person now, I still don't know how it comes together. I mean, the behind the scenes, even if you're behind the scenes, is almost too much to comprehend.
Well, back at the action, pocket 8s from the big blind. Putting it in about 15, 16, 17 big blinds here. 340k. Got a fold. So this kind of style of play basically is a what we call a shove fold strategy. When you're down to below 20 big blinds, you don't really play post flop. You just either fold your hand or you jam it in. And generally that's mathematically plus EV. Maybe not the best EV solution, i.e. might not earn you the most chips in the long run, but would always be positive EV. So all you have to do is just to memorize the push fold table at different situations, different spots, and you will guarantee that you are plus EV all the way along. Once again, I have to emphasize, it might not be the best EV you could earn for those spots. For example, the shove fold chat would tell you to jam aces with 20 big blinds, but there are other ways where you can play aces. Maybe that will earn you a little bit more EV than open jamming your aces with 20 big blinds.
Of course, you picked an extreme example of aces, but I will say, just in terms of continuing the education you're providing, that memorizing, or at least being very familiar with those charts, is perhaps the only way to maximize EV as well, because you want to know the baseline, you want to know what is plus EV, and then you can start maximizing EV. So sometimes it's not very intuitive. You know, for instance, if you're heads up or if you're on the button, looking down at something like a Jack 9 suited, 10 big blinds, is it a jam? Is it a fold? Well, if you familiarize yourselves with those charts that Stephen was referring to, after that you can decide. You look at your opponents, you look at the situation, perhaps you look at ICM. Always in support of learning as much theory as possible and then deviating from it.
You know I'm a big fan of studying.
I think we're both nerds here, Stephen. I'm right there with you.
Well, the big blind Lin manages to turn a flush draw.
Has the chip lead, has position, turns the backdoor flush draw, has the best hand while we're at it. He's going to take this one down. The rich get richer.
And rightly so. We live in a capitalist society. Well, thank you, Calvin Poon, for supporting me on YouTube. He says, Poon Takpong, supporting Stephen and the dealer. Yes. It's a tough job.
Well, to all those watching in chat, I cannot believe this is the first time I'm mentioning this, but I would really appreciate if you could drop a like. Let's not forget, it's how Stephen and I get compensated. No, I'm just kidding, but wouldn't that be a difficult world to live in?
Did you just
Because
tell
of
me
course,
something? Did you just tell me something that I don't get?
well, I said that and now I hit like myself, so everybody else join in, but we appreciate you being here nonetheless. Mystery hand once again, by the way. Cards seem to have not been caught by the RFID, facing the chip leader and apparently some aggression. Small blind versus big blind. The ace-10 decides to fire. Sort of a protection bet. Very likely to have the best hand, but fires anyway. Does have the gut shot to the wheel. Quick call. 5 pairs the board. Most hands that were ahead on the turn should still be ahead. Is ace-10 one of them? I guess we find out. Not to be.
There you go.
Pair of threes.
3 is good.
Justin pointing out how we have 2 ladies events. Indeed, Justin. Why have only one when you can have 2? Nothing too crazy. A $225 USD buy-in and a $300 buy-in. We anticipate they will be well attended as well. We have gone from strength to strength when it comes to the numbers at the ladies events. Ranging back to Taiwan, then Hanoi, then Da Nang. Here we are at Incheon. Hoping to showcase that 2 such events are possible, and really, it's all based on player feedback. Sometimes you look forward to the women's event, you bust out of it, you're craving one more, well, there you go. And by the way, Stephen, let's think back to Da Nang. The winner of the women's event, of course, was our very own presenter, Elfin.
It's true.
I hope she is going to try and defend her title this time.
Leader just hit trips, by the way. FYI.
Wow. And checks and traps perfectly. And what a trap it is. What a life. Check, check on the flop. The absolute perfect card on the turn. Time to build that pot. 50,000 announces the dealer. Quick call. A boat now.
Sometimes poker
Fills
is
up.
way too easy.
Actually, not the card he probably wanted on the river. The backdoor flush comes in. The straight comes in. A queen looks much less powerful than it did a moment ago. Let's see if the chip leader is able to get some value. Well, never mind.
He is. Yeah.
A donk. A blocker bet.
他这是20个一点啊，哦，那你把它叠上去给他看就好了。
We've seen this before, by the way, the donk blocker. In fact, last time around also, it was actually the same sizing as a turn bet. There is no way a full boat is going to stand this kind of behavior. Quick all in.
Now he thinks. Now he regrets.
That's the problem with blocker bets, isn't it? Sometimes you feel like you have induced the action. Not to mention he's facing the chip leader. Should know that it is possible that he's being muscled out of this pot. That being said, he has top pair. Does not help that he has a 9 of diamonds. Does block some potential flushes, but there's still plenty out there. After all, the flop and check. Backdoor flushes, definitely possible.
啊，不玩呢，我原本没有要计划要来，我原本要去越南。啊
？USOP 啊。
对 USOP 啊，我顺便去看，要去赚钱。
And you were saying yesterday that, sorry, not yesterday. You were saying earlier that APT really values players' feedback, and it's easy to understand why, because APT is actually run by players. You know, we have Victor, who is the special advisor for APT. He's a top MTT veteran. You know, Michael Soiser, also a MTT specialist. And then we have Ray Chu, the marketing director, who plays a lot of tournament poker also. So they know where it's at. They know what MTT is about. They've played it. They've had their, shall we say, grievances of existing series around the world, and they just want to make it better so that everyone is happy. You know, APT could be the most player-centric tour around the world.
That's
and I'm
what
not
the new
contractually
era is
obliged to
certainly.
say that. I'm not contractually
Indeed, we get
obliged
no
to say that either.
instructions. Okay. It is always tough to come off as authentic when talking about the APT, of course, being part of the production team here, but truly, I echo everything you said. It is what the new era of the APT is all about, and partly the reason I got involved in the first place. You mentioned Michael, Victor, all players wanting to grow the game. In fact, think about my involvement as well. They're thinking far ahead. They want India to be a huge part of the Asian Poker Tour. Certainly not the main reason I'm around, I suppose, but, you know, the Indian contingent grows. You know, I'm not the best showcase for the madness of the Indian poker scene. I'm a little bit more muted, but Taiwan had a huge contingent. Vietnam, of course, much more reachable, just geographically from India. So the APT just goes from strength to strength, all thanks to the player feedback and, of course, the actual attendance of everybody here.
Yeah, the flush really killed the action here. Straight gets it.
Stephen, you have been called out by Justin Fairbanks and his excellent memory, because you mentioned how perhaps the next stop for the APT was going to be somewhere exotic. And here we are talking about the Hanoi Billions in December.
Yeah.
Safe to say, Hanoi is not what you meant. Unfortunately, I have a feeling whatever you had in mind did not work out.
It's true, and Justin, you're absolutely correct. I did hear a little birdie telling me about 6-7 weeks ago that APT were going to run an event somewhere so tempting and exotic that I wanted to go to, but that didn't quite work out. Apparently, after they went for a site visit, it wasn't quite up to the usual APT standard, so they are going to revisit that venue in the foreseeable future. Hopefully, we'll have an excellent event there one day.
I think I know the venue you're talking about. I'll refrain from saying it because of what you just mentioned, but just goes to show, I mean, the APT standards are a little bit higher than certain locations around the world. I believe some recce's were made. By the way, Hanoi can be exotic, Justin. If you come down, I have an excellent itinerary you can follow. Go to Halong Bay, one of the most beautiful places in the world. Very, very close to Hanoi.
By the way, the chip leader just outflopped Ho. Ace-9 versus Ace-8.
Yeah, it's his world. All the remaining players are just living in it. Seems to not be able to make a misstep. Some hope for Ho. Gut shot comes in. A jack would give him the straight. The flop goes check call. Check check now on the turn. 7's an interesting card.
No help.
The 9. Well, the 9 can represent all kinds of straights, but he'll just take the showdown value, get the bad news.
Yep. Oh, okay. And echoing from what Justin's comment earlier about two ladies event. At this series, there's a Japanese player who actually came second in the WSOP ladies event in the summer just gone, and she would definitely be playing the ladies event. So the runner-up of the WSOP ladies event is in the house. She actually heads up the mystery bounty event earlier. Came second, lost to Dicky from Hong Kong. Still, you know, coming second in the ladies event at WSOP, that's special.
Very impressive.
I'm still waiting for my chance to play the seniors event at WSOP. Not long now, not long.
Well, that's some incentive, something to look forward to. Once
Every
you reach a
year,
certain
I get given a seniors event T-shirt from WSOP.
I think you'd absolutely crush it, by the way.
Wow, we'll see.
飞烧是明天啊，明天吧。
We'll have to make my way there
By the way,
first. I've never been to the USA, so that'll be the first
that's
time
right,
I go
you
to
said.
Vegas. And yeah, so
Well, you have to hit me up for New York and San Francisco recommendations, both cities that I've lived
I
in.
will. Not Israel.
Justin Fairbanks in chat pointing out how my Hendon mob lists me from Israel. It is true, and it's just one of those weird things I never bothered correcting because I don't see the upside. I'm fine with it. throws people off when they look me up.
So Ho hits.
Of course, I have nothing to do with Israel.
Ho hits 2 pair versus Lin's bottom pair and a flush draw. I can't see either player giving up on this turn.
5 seconds.
Raise.
Raise.
He's going to race.
6 raise. 95,000. Yes.
95,000. Ho is not going anywhere. Yep. A smooth call that. And Ho is definitely good enough to fold to a flush card on the river. Wow,
Oh my
both
word.
players hit 2 pair.
Worst card in the deck.
Ho quick checks. Lin double checks. He'll probably bet, actually. Even though he gestured.
Yeah, I mean, is
a
this
check.
I was going to ask Steven, is this a mandatory value bet?
Not mandatory, but oh wow, snap card. That's gone. Yep, King 7. Wow.
Tough luck. He seems crushed, by the way.
Mandatory, wow.
Hard luck, sir. I appreciate the emotions shown simply because it means that it meant so much to him to even try and go.
The
It's the
table,
wave.
the table was saying to him in Mandarin, well, you know, you can still register for day 1B. Off you go then. And he went, okay, that's where I'm heading.
It is true. Day 1B has been on for about 3 hours now, but certainly can't register. Currently, the blinds are 200, 400 with a 400 ante.
Oh, okay.
That is quite pleasant to start off. So then there were 3. Everybody's locked up $500 now. Not a bad addition to the tally of course, the main event ticket that they all came in, guaranteed.
I know that Lin has the chip lead, but I'm still having a bit of faith in Ho. I said it at the beginning. You know, I thought, judging by my experience of Ho, he's definitely the most knowledgeable and most experienced player at the table. Nine high is still ahead. Check, check. That's very standard here. Jack helps no one. But if he wants the pot, he needs to bluff it now.
If he
Just
doesn't,
nine high.
I'm sure
He
Ho will.
doesn't. Ho will. Exactly. He puts a bet in, and Ho will fold so fast that. Oh, there you go.
Well, he's
No messing around.
bluffing with the best hand.
Yep. But he wasn't to know that. Nine high generally wouldn't be the best hand here.
There you have it, almost 50% of the chips in place still in the stack of the chip leader. Has had a dominating presence on this table ever since he won aces to ace king. Certainly made the most of it.
Justin Fairbanks writes on YouTube, the Japanese lady I was talking about earlier. She tweeted after the mystery bounty event that she's bound to come second for the rest of her life. Oh, that's not true.
It's exactly what poker players say after they come second twice.
But you know what? I'll be very, very, very happy to come second in every event I play.
Yes, but after some time has passed. In the moment, you hate everything and everyone.
Nope, money is money.
Money is money is about the most pithy advice. I like it.
Were you expecting a bit more,
No
something
irony.
more philosophical from me or not?
Well, it is. It's one of those two-worded statements that perhaps a philosophy major could spend a year dissecting. I like it a lot.
Responding to a comment from a Korean commenter, why are there only 6 total players? Well, it's because this is an on-live event, meaning there's a big portion of this event having been played online on Natural 8. So the final 6 players qualified for a TV table, and they over 200 players played online, and then they played down to 6 players, and they all locked up a main event ticket each, plus $750 USD for travel expenses, and then they play this final 6 final table live at this APT series, being commented on by us. Oh, the chip leader just hit a set, by the way. Well done.
Thank you.
Good luck, everyone. Yes.
Now has the entire table covered. 1.5 million in chips. Another dealer change.
Oh, back.
46 big
my
blinds.
favorite Taiwanese dealer is back.
$46 bigs for the chip leader, Yishi. Shinlun, second in chips, 24 big blinds. And of course, Hope has taken some hits. About 18 big blinds. Seven deuce. Where's Greg goes all in? Stay loose, play 7 deuce, he says. How about when you're facing an open from the button, from the chip leader? Gotta let that one go.
Well, Justin's asking how many dealers do we think are at the venue? Well, I know from my friends from Hong Kong that they run on 2 shifts. So I think there are over 100 dealers over in Incheon right now. And I think 50 of them will be working right this moment. Wilson Chan says, Guan Winghe dealer is gone. Yes, she's gone. She also looks like a dealer that deals for me at the HKPPA League. Her name is Joby. She looks very similar to Joby. Anyway, back at the table. Chip leader, King High. Looking good right now. The small blind really doesn't really have anything that connects to this board. So he donks.
Well, he did raise it up pre-flop, so I suppose it's more of a continuation bet.
It's a
But The question
But
is,
this, yeah.
yeah, I think it's the first time I've seen Yishi been put to the test in a long time. And look at this, just a quick snap call. How do you
What
feel
test?
with
Did
the
you say a
queen three of
test?
diamonds?
Did you say put
Yeah,
to a
no
test?
test. Never mind. It's just another day. Just another hand with almost the inevitable result of more chips going in his direction. Of course, with the tiny pay jumps here, relatively tiny, depends, of course, what tiny means to you, but we have $500 locked up, $750 to second place, and $1,000 to first place. There's perhaps a little less ICM pressure, and look at that, it does get to him a little bit. Check, check now on the turn. The 8 of diamonds is not a card you can bluff. It's very likely your opponent had an 8 calling the flop. The chip leader gets the check mark. Bluffing with the best hand. We'll take this one down surely. Just climbing every hand, the chip stack off the chip leader. 1.7 million now. Look at that. Just over 1 million in combined chips for the other two. Absolutely dominating performance here.
Well, he only takes one hand.
True, true. As we discussed, he was a little bit more gun shy after losing the King 9 versus the Pocket Queens of Hope. So maybe it's a little bit about arresting the momentum as well.
Hold down to 15 big blinds. So Lin, the chip leader, is definitely covering the table right now. Lee Ho Tak on YouTube says he likes the commentators. Well, thank you, Mr. Lee. Very kind of you. I didn't pay him, by the way, to say that.
And I don't believe him. I'm too insecure. I feel like every time I see something like this, I blush. And then I wonder which member of the APT production staff is posing in the chat to keep us motivated. Thank you, Lee, is what I meant to say. I should accept compliments with grace, and I'd love to hear, by the way, where he's from and who he's supporting here.
I prefer a like rather than a comment. So please hit that like button. Help us grow this channel.
Feeling good, asks in chat about the APT schedule for next year. Well, next year is yet to be announced, perhaps yet to be decided, but the Hanoi Billions was announced earlier this month. Kicks off December 1st in Hanoi. It's going to be a good time. apt.poker. You can learn all about it. 1st December to 10th December. It's at the National Convention Center this time, by the way. A new venue.
If I was a betting man, I think Lin and Ho will go heads up. And you know I'm a betting man.
Indeed, certainly. The chip leader seems locked. We have been mentioning Ho as the person with the most live experience. Over $250,000 USD in total lifetime earnings. Has navigated this table well. Now defending the 9-7 off. The chip leader absolutely smashing the board compared to the 9-7 and actually checks for pot control. Now 2-pair and the nut flush draw. Easy life. Ho did not take the bait on the flop. Loses the minimum. On to the next one. By the way, don't forget the trivia quiz. Pin to the chat. The more questions you get right, and guys, please, just take a look. You'll get every question right. It'll take you a couple of minutes, and you get 100 chips in the flip out for every question you get right. $688 in Natural Aid tournament money is going to be the prize pool. An absolute no-brainer. So sign up. The flip out date for that, by the way, will be the 1st of September.
So you could be flipping out on Natural 8 while watching the main event coverage. That would be day 3 of the main event on the 1st, I believe.
Oh, I should correct myself. The flip out date for the guess the winners is going to be the 1st of September. That form, of course, is now over, now that we're down to 3 players. The flip out date for the trivia is going to be the 4th of September. So
Well,
that's going to
that
be
will be
our
the third
final day
one.
of coverage.
Oh, is it? I thought it was the 3rd.
Oh, you're right. After the final day of coverage, indeed. Time is just a relative concept, as you know, Stephen.
Oh, don't I just know? Well, we're down to 3 players, and we are expecting to go on a break in maybe 20 minutes' time. I think the players are getting tired.
Yeah, it's been a long segment here. The structure is also very generous. Small increments, enabling a lot of play. 62 hands into this table. This has been a battle. And I'll tell you what, Stephen, having not covered one of these events in the past, I'm actually very pleasantly surprised by not only how hard these players are fighting for the prize pool and, of course, perhaps the glory, but also the quality of play. I mean, just super impressive.
Well,
on the one hand, you'd expect...
You have 2 more of these regional exclusive events to go yet. You have the Hong Kong event tomorrow morning and the Thai event in the late afternoon. So something else to look forward to.
Well, let me just say that the Taiwanese players here have set the bar very, very high. I was going to point out how you might expect that with $250 pay jumps to play for between 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place, and having locked up main event tickets worth $1,750, flying down to Incheon to play, you know, you might think, you know, the foot is off the gas a little bit, $500 locked up, nice little bonus there, you can play more events, you can maybe have a good time in South Korea. Instead, these guys just are going for it. I mean, look at Ho, over $250,000 in lifetime live earnings, and here he is doing his best to battle it out. A mark of a true professional, by the way. The stakes do not matter, only the decisions do.
And that beautiful trophy too. Well, ace high, ace jack is ahead right now on the queen 9-4 board. Turn an 8 gives Lin a nut flush draw. Oh, he bets and he might take it down actually. BBB. Nope. With the gut shot, Ho decides to stick around. Let's see the river. 5 diamonds, no help to Lin. He might bluff again though. With a busted flush draw. Oh, he's thinking about it for sure. Nope, he checks. And Ho will quickly checks back. And we'll get the good news, which is Ace Jack is good. Nice little pot there. Climbs up to 24 big blinds. Let's have a look. On the button, Lin, 8-4 off. Folds. BVB, Ho, Ace King, that's a beautiful hand. Let's put a raise in. Raise to 30,000. Queen Jack off. Could either 3-bet or call. But if he 3-bets, he's going to get a bad news. He is 3-betting to 85,000. And then Ho jams, which is fair. 15 bigs behind from Lin. Oh, is he going to? I think he's going to give up actually. It's a little bit too much to stack off with Queen Jack off. Yeah, it's going to fold. Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, he folds. Nice little pot there for Ho. Chipping down the third in chips. Ho climbing up to 860,000. Chip leader still sitting comfortably with 1.4 million. And this is our friend from Taiwan, the dealer. Wei Fun. There's a walk. So back to the series here. I think we talked a lot about the variety of events available for players to play. And also the time slots. So you can literally start around midday and then you can play until 4 a.m. You know, we're talking about 16 hours of poker available, tournament poker available in all shapes and sizes. You know, you have the smallest buy-in at $225 up to the Superstar Challenge yesterday. That is 10,000 USD buy-in. So it's just for, you know, you will always find something that will suit your budget and your expertise.
Funnily enough, Stephen, that's exactly what the previous Superstar Challenge winner Josh McCulley brought up in his interview with Ray, the lunch that they had over some hot wings apparently.
Oh, the chicken wing challenge.
Exactly, and he said one of the best parts of the APT is bouncing around from event to event, of course. You're never too disappointed when you bust out because you know you have somewhere to go, and every once in a while you bust, and you know, every once in a while there's no next event in the schedule to immediately hop into, and he said you're so spoiled by the choices that it actually feels kind of weird. So love that the APT can offer something for everyone. And of course, we're talking about people busting the Superstar Challenge or sometimes even cashing and then playing the midnight TikToks. I mean, come on.
From $10K to $225. Fun, eh?
Yeah, it's like a warm down, you know. It's like the exact way you get, sometimes you're so wired for playing these high intensity events. You need some poker to cool down.
Wow, hold flopping top bottom against a flush draw. Big bet. Lin is sticking around because he loves his flush draw here. Just a little bit of poker talk again. So with a 10 high flush draw, even though he does have the gut shot and the flush draw, but what the flush gets there, his flush draw is not that robust. It's only 10 high. But still, not to be. The King 8 combo 2 pair is still good here. Puts in a big bet, hoping to value a king. Nope, got a fold. Still a nice size pot. Climbing up, climbing up, climbing up. I think he's at parity now.
Look at this.
Ho and Lin.
As you suspected, tied for the chip lead now. Shin is the shortest stack by a country mile. Needs to find the double up. Three-handed, that big blind and big blind anti-combo comes very quickly. 60k, every three hands need to go into the middle. 5 deuce, unfortunately, on the button, not going to cut it. So he's in the 10 big blind zone. Certainly could be all in relatively quickly. 12 big blinds to be precise.
Number 8 is 16,000. Oh.
Reasonable open and queen deuce off. Do not defend. That painful 2 big blind dent. Need Finland down to just 10 big. Justin Fairbanks in the chat pointing out how the Hanoi Billions will challenge some of the records set at APT Taiwan and Taipei, considering how Vietnam is quite easy to get to in terms of visa requirements, and of course the local player pool very, very active when it comes to MTTs, thanks to some local card clubs and of course just the passion for the game in Vietnam. Justin, why don't you add yourself to the mix and join us in Hanoi? You can happily do all the research in person, sitting in the sidelines.
He'll probably say, well, it's a perfect time to escape the cold of Ontario in December as well. You know, there's nothing better than going to sunny Hanoi during the bleakest, coldest months of winter in Ontario. Well, Justin, just because you are broke, since you're broke already, you know, accumulating a little bit more debt to come to Hanoi is not going to make a difference.
I'm not 100% sure I'm behind the messaging there, but for Justin, I'll go along with it.
Well, after saying money is money, I am now encouraging people to irresponsibly gamble. I know I'm a mixed messaging person. This is as close as can be. 38 big blinds each between Ho and Lin.
An excellent comeback by Ho. Just letting his experience and, of course, his poker skills speak for themselves. Ace deuce in the small blind. Surely this is it. Easy jam. And ace certainly good enough at these stack depths considering the big blind and big blind ante you pick up. Whoa! Misstep there for sure. Folds the ace. Needs to study those charts you were mentioning, Stephen. Certainly would suggest jamming the ace there. Particularly pick up that extra big blind ante in the middle. Possibly was not too happy with the kicker there. The ace deuce. Mind you, this is all from a $60 US buy-in.
我一样的牌，只是这次是会扣的。
Exactly.
刚刚也是 K7的，但偶不输。
Now they're showing the hands.
现在只要是这个我就扣了，真的我就扣了。
确实，我的真平衡，等一下我也来推推看。
你的马推应该只有我只会算最大组的几组会扣而已。
事不宜迟，赶快推 all in。
老哥，没必要啦。
A huge jam. The chip leader just puts it all in there despite having an equal stack in the mix.
又是什么大牌？
Laughing about it. The short stack has to fold the 10-3. I feel like the two chip leaders are slowly grinding away at Shin's stack. That's why you cannot miss those opportunities like the ace deuce jam from the small blind there. It's just so tough to find a hand, three-handed, before those blinds eat away at your stack. Now down to 8 bigs. Does find queen jack off on the button. Perhaps this is the moment. I'm a bit confused considering he has the button now. Perhaps some graphical error there.
Right.
你每次都有 K， 这么好，
哦
每次都有 K，
那还好，那
每
还好
次都有 K。
太强了。他休息多久
15分钟。
他休息15分钟。
嗯。
哦
一次4个机会。
我以为是休息到可以去吃饭那种。
推乐。
打3个小时才休息，有点久。
很累耶。10、20、42。哦，都刚好不能。哦。都比那个。
你没有 K 吗？
哎，可烂了哦。Thank you。
拜拜。
刚那个是台湾来的第一个。
台湾的啊。
哦，我不知道哎。
台湾来很多，超多。这个就韩国的。
看来有幸来打真是不错。
Interesting. Okay, so they are talking in Mandarin. So the chip leader didn't know the dealer who just left the table was from Taiwan. And then now they're saying this dealer is from South Korea as a local dealer. Puts in the race from the button. Jack 9 suited, perfectly legitimate, 3-handed to raise that. Queen 4 is getting very, very short stacked here. 8 big blinds, gives it up. 8-7 off. Also very legitimate to call here. To peel the flop. Nope, he's going to do 3-bet instead. Let's see how big he's going to 3-bet to. It's a pretty big 3-bet. $145K. Jack 9 suited from the button. Excellent hand to call a 3-bet with. So let's see the flop. Heads up. And comes a Jack and a 9. You can't ask for a better flop than that. Lin picks up a gut shot. Ho has top 2. Lin doubles checks his cards. He actually does it all, pretty much every hand on the flop. He double checks his cards. And not at the turn or the river. Only the flop. And he folds. Right, so Ho is now a clear chip leader, grinding his way back from a pretty small stack. Now he's sitting with 45 big blinds. The other Lin It's down to 8 big blinds, very much the critical danger zone. Needs to double up urgently. Justin Fairbanks on YouTube says, I have also not seen a single male dealer yet at this series. There are quite a few men.
Very impressive observation on the fact that Lin checks his cards on the flop. I think your live experience showing there, Steven. I had not noticed that at all.
秒扣啊，他 all in 我也秒扣，真的啊。
真的有啦。So they're just saying if you go all in, I'll call you. Because I have pocket jacks.
这个想推需要极大的勇气。
啊 all in 我也是这样，哎，你就爽接一个赔这样。
OK， 我是铁定
可惜啊，可惜啊。
再怎么推，最少要推个什么2一对吧？但是自己看了喜欢的吧。
确实，想要没得选的。10。
So I think we have a very clear
你刚才
table captain here.
那个你推我也是。
Ho is establishing himself as the table captain right now.
Certainly has momentum behind him. It's one thing to be the chip leader, it's another to go from the bottom to the top. Look at that. Puts it in there, the computer hand, Queen 7 suited. We have seen some slight missteps from Shin in terms of his jamming ranges. Now that he's so short, he might be considering just going for it.
Oh, calls it off. Queen high is good.
2 live ones.
And Lin made a comment saying, I'm calling off because I'm not as good as you two.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Queen 7 on the flop. It's a dagger through the heart of Shin. Some backdoors, that's not one of them. GG.
我要被霸凌了吗？
加油加油！
跟一个 pro 打。
尽力了。
Well, there we go. So as predicted,
还有1
heads
分
up
钟可以让我亮相。
between Ho and Lin.
Great point. That being said, a wave to the camera does walk away with $500 more. And we are now heads up, as you had correctly predicted, Steven. 53 bigs for the new chip leader, Ho. Had been the table captain. Gets it in. Looking to close this one out.
You know what that $500 could do? There's
What's that?
2 entries for a midnight TikTok.
Oh, that's right. That's a great point. I think there might be natural $8 though. Let's not get people's hopes up.
Oh no, you know that they can buy in with natural $8 at the events, right?
Ah, oh, my apologies. Of course, that is correct.
Yeah, so $225 per event. $500 is $450. That means there's $50 left for fried chicken and beers.
Well, there you go. Well, let's not forget both of these players guaranteed $750 now. That's 3 bullets into the midnight TikTok. Not to mention the chicken and beers. Indeed. By the way, Lin now flopping best. He has been out flopping in these scenarios, the domination rotation as we sometimes call it. This is the last hand before the break. We have reached heads up. These players have really grinded it out. Almost 82 hands before a single break due to the unique structure of this event. I think they will welcome the upcoming break. But first, a few chips going the way of Lin perhaps. Check, check, and there we have it. A pretty, and of course, the more experienced, at least in the live arena. 50 bigs versus 41 bigs as the players head for a 15-minute break. Thank you so much to everybody who's been following along. Come back as we close this one out. We will see you shortly in about 15 minutes.
他就送一张主赛的票跟现场打直播这个啊。第一名1000美，剩下1000美啊。第二名750，很少。他有送主赛的票跟750美金的啦。他就是先送你一张750美金跟一张主赛的票。对啊。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
哇，一步步拿到一颗 AK 就上面。我操！哇！
Go go go！
关键是厉害。
是。OK。哇！
这张黑牌把你送下去，送回台湾啦！
可以去打主赛啊？不是有主赛的票吗？
就主赛啦，
主赛比较重要啦。
台湾啦。Cover right?
Cover, yeah.
Cool. 没办法了。
进去被 dominate。
不要。还好没有看到牌。啊？啊！不要了。
继续
OK，
继续
OK， 谢谢。
我要被打。
加油加油！
跟一个 Pro 打。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the Natural 8 Taiwan event we have going on here at APT, coming to you live from Incheon, South Korea. We are heads up. Once again, a reminder of what we are playing for and how we got here. The Taiwan Natural 8 Challenge was a $60 buy-in, 251 entries online on Natural 8. 6 final tablists all got a main event entry to the APT Incheon main event. That's worth almost $1,700 US, plus of course a travel expense to come down here. Playing it out for a $3,000 prize pool, and we are now heads up. Both players guaranteed $750, playing for the $1,000 top prize as we close out the Taiwan event. And of course, we do have the Hong Kong and Thailand event tomorrow as well, so make sure you follow that. There's the rest of the schedule, by the way. The main event coverage then kicks off day after tomorrow onwards, day 2. Main event day 1B, by the way, going on in the Paradise Casino here at Incheon right now. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai as we close out this Taiwan event. Stephen, how are you feeling? And you correctly predicted this heads up. Any further predictions?
Well, if I must make a prediction, I would say Ho will take down this event. But anything could happen in a heads-up match.
Right, as he said, he might take down the event. He gave the double thumbs up to the camera. Definitely seems raring to go. And there's a trophy they're playing for as well. The $250 additional pay jump. Nowhere close to the value of the Glory and the APT Lion Trophy. As we see the current second in chips player gives a smile to the camera as well. Lin, of course, had been the chip leader throughout most of this table after getting aces versus ace king. Now has a slight deficit. Yi, Shi, Lin. Sometimes we comment over the online screen names. Yeah, sorry, Stephen. I was going to say, I have access to...
What's his online screen name? Go on.
Well, his online screen name, I'll skip, but his email is what I have access to. I won't say the whole thing, of course, for obvious reasons, but part of it includes the phrase "weak, sad boy."
Oh. Oh. First hand
choice
of the heads-up match, a pocket kings for Ho. Can't complain about that, can you?
What a great hand to start, considering his opponent has an ace as well. Heads up and aces, always tough to get away from. Lin goes with the limp, and now comfortably calls, in position with the ace. And flops it.
Here we
He
go.
has certainly been out-flopping his opponents. Not a bad card for the Pocket Kings, of course. Drawing to the gut shot Broadway as well. Any king, any queen would give him the lead for now 14% equity. Could think he's ahead in the hand. Fires out 60,000.
Well, having
Easy
top
enough.
pair in a heads-up match is as good as having the nuts.
And he
Having an
plays
old-
it
having
like
a
he
big
does have
pair.
the nuts.
All right, let's have the queen on the river and call this thing a day. Here we go.
Wow. How in the world did you do that? That was incredible. Let's go check, check, though.
Oh, wow. How could it be check, check? That's illegal. That's highly illegal.
Well, that was impressive, Stephen.
And trust me, I did not get any tip-off at all.
Yeah, I'm starting to suspect this 30-minute delay. What is going on here? I'm kidding, of course. Live poker is not rigged.
Neither is online poker. That much is true.
Neither is online poker. Certainly not on Natural 8. Cannot speak for everybody else, but those I can, them I can vouch for.
Well, I think we are contractually obliged not to mention other sites. I think that bit is true.
I get no contract, Stephen. I have no idea what you're referring to. All I get paid with, is YouTube likes. And certainly, I'm not compensated too well today. That being said, I thank everybody for sticking around. I know it's been a very unique event to join us for. We do have the Hong Kong event and the Thailand event tomorrow. Should be a fun mix of players as well. And don't forget the Q&A, the trivia quiz, still pinned in the chat. And the Q&A now active in the chat where the mod actually asks in real time. Usually rewarding those who answer first.
Well, it looks like Maxwell Cheng has answered correctly. Natural 8 is the biggest poker room in Asia. That is absolutely correct. Well, you were talking about the Natural 8 Hong Kong event tomorrow. You know, one of the participants of that event would be Andy, who played the Superstar Challenge yesterday. So judging by that alone, we know the final table is going to be filled with quality players.
Andy, by the
Well,
way,
he's one
wing
quality
pull. Yeah, well, let's not forget 139 entries for the Hong Kong event. Once again, 6 of them making it into the money, so to speak, with that main event entry and, of course, being flown down to Korea. So, certainly have to battle out a lot of players to get there. But you're right, Andy, of course, is going to be the most experienced live player, I'm sure. Walked away with $33,000 yesterday at the Superstar Challenge, finishing in 7th place, I believe. Busted in a 3-way all-in alongside Elki.
So the Hong Kong exclusive event was priced a little bit higher than the Taiwan event. The buy-in was actually $200. And I was slightly worried on the day that it would be overlaid. And it wasn't. So everyone's happy.
There you go. And let's talk about the Thai event for a moment, not least of all because Justin Fairbanks in chat is curious, but I'm looking at the stats here. You mentioned how the Hong Kong event was a higher buy-in. I believe 1,200 Hong Kong, it says here. The Thai event was 1,000 baht buy-in. That's only 30 USD, by the way. 783 entries. Down to just 6 players getting rewarded. The main event entry, travel, accommodation, and of course we'll be fighting it out for, I believe, a $3,400 prize pool. So a $30 ticket gets spun up into a main event ticket. And considering how the Thai contingent has been performing, would love to see a deep run from one of these qualifiers.
You are right, by the way, about the Hong Kong event. It was only 150, not 200. I am corrected. You're right. It was 1,200 Hong Kong. Yes, you're correct. Aces for
And hey,
Lin.
by the way, indeed, Ace 8 versus Aces, and Ace heads up, once again considered very strong. Things could get bumped up here. All in, he says.
Oh, deja vu.
About the worst equity you can have in No Limit Hold'em pre-flop. Ace 8 versus Pocket Aces, 6% going into the flop. A smile from Lin. Knows how good he has run to find himself in this marginally cooler situation.
Twice.
Indeed,
at this
twice.
final table.
When you're hot,
Twice.
you're hot.
Hey, money is money. When you're hot, you're hot. What else are we going to say today?
It is what it is. Well, 10-9 deuce does provide a little bit of hope. The equity is still 5%. Needs running straight cards. That's one of them.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
The highest equities he's had in the hand so far, 18% to have the ultimate upset.
What?
Oh,
not to be. Fun sweat.
Oh, that's massive chip migration there. We have a new chip leader. That will be Lin, going up to 47 big blinds versus Ho's 21 big blinds.
85, 85, 85.
So, Steven, as we're rooting for one of the Thai players who essentially won a $30 satellite to the main event, considering that their final table is tomorrow, they're actually all playing Flight 1B today. So by the time the actual event rolls around, we'll actually know if any of them qualified into day 2. How exciting.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Fairbanks will keep us updated tomorrow.
Indeed, I am sure as well. Thanks for all your hard work, Justin. Always appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm afraid to say, Steven, I'm still not over that email I told you about. Weak, sad boy. Why? What in the world would possess someone to not only have an email like that, but have an active one such that they submit it for the Natural 8 account? Of course, I'm not revealing the full email. Don't try to email different combinations of weak, sad boy. and email providers. There's more to the email than
Some
that, but
afterwards, no doubt. Weak sad boy 888 or something.
you know,
have I just got
I
it
had
right?
some emails. No. That's not why I was quiet, but close enough, I suppose. I was
Thank
saying
God for that.
I had some emails in, had some email IDs in high school, but you know, you sort of let them go. Lynn seems to have stuck around to his.
Well, he's definitely not sad right now. Ho is marginally ahead pre-flop. Remains ahead on this 9-8-5 board. 2 spades. Neither players has a spade. 6 Jack is no help. Now brings Lin a guess shot. Ace high is still ahead with the guess shot of the 7. So Lin has 10 outs, which gives him about 23% equity on this pot. River comes an ace, gives Ho the check mark. Lin checks. Could thin this very thin value here. Nope, he decides not to.
I'm surprised to hear you say that. I mean, top pair, heads up, bink it on the river. Really, no value. Get
Yeah,
checked
could
too.
thin it. Could thin. Yeah, could thin it, but he didn't.
你后
So
面那一条是绿色的。
没有，做这一条是绿色的。
哦，所以最后那个绿色的是
Oh, wow.
不算。对对对。
never
做
mind.
这边而已。
Still, I think the two stacks are running quite close together. I think Ho is trying after. I think it's the same as what I said earlier before. You know, after you had a big setback, you just turn into a slightly more conservative mode.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. You just want to increase your stack a little bit without taking too much risk before you sort of get back to your default style of play.
You wouldn't catch Elke doing that, though, I'm afraid. You know, he's always just picking up. Yesterday, even during the Superstar Challenge, when you know he was crippled reasonably early on at the FT, he was still playing his. You know, he was still fighting for pots. He was still looking for his spots.
Indeed, he of course had to make arguably a hero call on the river against. I believe it was a straight that came in with the 5. What did you think of that call, by the way, Stephen? He had to call. I think he was getting 4-1 top pair on a 4 to a straight board against the 3 barrel. I had a feeling that the players who have the kind of poker caliber that Elke has, they give their opponents a lot of credit as well. They know they are capable of bluffing in those spots, so they just assume their opponents are as well. And as a result, become slight calling stations. That being said, the pot odds on offer were quite a lot. Let me pause at that for a moment, because look at this flop. 2 overs and a flush draw versus the middle pair. Same kicker.
Wow, the
And
middle pair
excuse
just
me?
gave it up like that.
What in the world? Hard to make a pair, my friend. Cannot be folding there. As it happens, he was essentially flipping in terms of equities, but that was an interesting give up. Certainly exploitable in case Ho knew that's what he folded. For now. Go on to the next one. But yeah, coming back to the Elke hand, Stephen, I'm very curious what you thought of the hand while commentating on it.
Well, I thought in terms of MDF, i.e. minimum defense frequency, he kind of had to call it. Especially in a 10k buy-in event. You know, he was playing against people who could bluff.
Yeah.
And
Great point.
应该是没有，因为你
Yeah,
高过于
that's
这
that's
个
why we have all
刚好20个是
crazy little ideas, MDFs, etc., etc. Those tools are
check.
useful, especially against players with a very wide bluffing range. And that board was, a very bluffable board.
Indeed, indeed. Well, clearly, Elke agreed with you. He got crippled, as you mentioned. But it was great to have him on the final table, if for no other reason than to watch him do the final table dance. And of course, always a pleasure to watch him play as well.
Actually, my co-commentator in Cantonese last night was asking how much I will need to get paid to do that dance in public.
对，所以我们一看就知道了。
So I
因为
direct
我的
that
20个
at
没有
you
超过
right
这个
now.
啊，你的有超过，所以一看就知道了。
Okay, interesting.
那这样子我又变得更
Well, I think
可是为什么20个
just the chance to be
这个比较厚，所以会差一
on the
点点。
same playing field or in the same conversation as Elke. I'd do it for a pretty lowball price. Just buy me into a midnight TikTok and make me dance all you want.
Cheap date.
So that's what, 225? There we go.
Yeah.
I'll do it for 225. How about you?
And the fried chicken. So I think I'll go for 250. So 225 for
that's
the
right,
midnight
that's right.
TikTok. Yeah. $25 for the chicken and beers.
For once, by the way, no domination rotation, as we like to call it. Lin had been consistently outflopping his opponents, and there we go. The fourth spade comes in. Very bluffable board now all of a sudden. Ho is checking quickly behind. His hand might be a little bit face up, but it just goes check, check. Nobody interested in betting. Slightly passive.
那这样我的马量就差不多了。
差不多啊，差不多。
1.7 million chips to 1 million chips. Not quite 2 to 1, but close.
多一点点吧。
应该都差不多，就是只要一把就大概就是一定是下去的那一种。
对你比较多一点。
I'm not sure the chip count is correct here. I'm not sure. Maybe it is. No, actually, no. Lin has quite a lot more. Okay. Nope. I am not skeptical anymore. I'm not doubting Steven anymore.
Okay, that was quick.
Wow, here we go. This could be the last
Oh my,
hand.
oh my.
This could well be the last hand of the heads-up match.
This simply has to go into absolutely monster hands. Pocket kings versus the ace queen off. 28% equity in case the hands go all in pre-flop. Indeed, Steven, we might be closing this one out unless Ho can catch here. Loving this 3-bet.
Let's have a 4-bet jam here.
Mind you, it's an ordinary 3-bet. It's actually a limp and then a raise and now a re-raise.
250.
A 4-bet. Not exactly asking for all of it, but it may as well be. And considering that it's not a full jam, I think Ho knows there's a strong chance ace-queen is not the best hand. As we head to a flop, excuse me, I think I misspoke there.
Yeah,
He did not
exactly. He
4-bet.
just called it.
My
Wow.
apologies.
Oh, whoa,
Oh,
whoa, whoa,
wow.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Drills the turn. Well, I feel bad he didn't shove now. He would have found the double up. Assuming there's no king on the river, of course. Now the question is, can he extract the full value with the top
But
pair?
the value is being given to him, judging by Lin's action here.
Let me recount the action,
160.
considering I myself got confused pre-flop. A limp on the button, pre-flop by Ho, raised by the pocket kings. 3-bet, limp re-raise pre-flop by the ace-queen. Called by the pocket kings, goes check-check on the jack-jack-7 flop, and then the pocket kings donk, essentially, on the turn, into the pre-flop aggressor. When the ace hits, of course, Ho calls, and now check to him on the river. The jack is a perfect card. Both players with full houses. Ho's is best, jack's full of aces.
Well,
That's about
classic
half his remaining stack.
Classic Captain Zebo problem here. That's an old 2+2 thing that we used to call it the Zebo theorem, which means no one can fold a full house. I think that might be before your time, actually. Captain Zebo
Not
was
familiar with that
bit
one.
of an online legend, and he made up this theorem, which is no one online can fold a full house.
Well, we saw an excellent full house fold yesterday when we saw 3 kings come on the flop, flopping quad kings, and the pre-flop aggressor with the ace-5 actually caught a 5 on the river, making the best full house based on pairs on the board at least. Got raised on the river by the quads and managed to find the fold. This is a very different situation. That being said, kings is just a bluff catcher. Hey, how's that, Captain Zebo?
No.
Very impressive stuff.
Oh, wow.
Instead of the stacks being 1.6 million to 1.1 in the favor of Ho, Lin has managed to preserve a chunk of a stack, ensuring that they have a dead even heat on their hands. Nice fold, says Mengting in the chat. Indeed it was. It's harder than it looks, by the way. Heads up, that is an absolute monster. Of course, players get attached to kings as well, and why not? So likely to be the best full house so often, but Lin sussed it out. Exactly, even stacks, battling it out. What a stream these guys have made this into. I was expecting, as Stephen, you perhaps jokingly said, a sort of home game vibe, of course. Not the highest pay jumps on offer, but instead that APT Lion sitting in the middle. Clearly very meaningful to both these players. Ho, of course, very experienced. at least in the live arena. Lin has had multiple stints with the chip lead. Certainly shown how to do it. Put on a great show here. An exhibition match, as you were calling it, Steven. I think we have gotten way more than we paid for here.
Well, definitely they are getting more than what they paid for.
Indeed. Just a reminder, I believe for the Taiwan contingent, this was a 60 USD buy-in. And 6 players walked away with main event tickets, got flown down to Korea. And of course, prizes ranging between $150 and $1,000 to the winner.
King 5 open. Interesting. Jack 6 defend. Interesting. Out flopped. Huh. King 5. Well, the king is a runner flush. That's okay combo. Bet and a call. Let's see the turn. Not a spade. So 90 with 3% equity for Ho. With his middle pair. River a king. Of course, River is
Never
a
mind.
King.
Time for a value bet, maybe? It's been checked to him.
Nope.
Would expect aces to bet. Bit passive for my liking. You get lucky with a king, put in a value bet. Especially when you can represent the missed spade draws after all. It has the king of spades. Dead even again. What a battle this has turned out to be.
But I'm very pleased to see 58 viewers watching this stream. I haven't spoken Mandarin for a little while, so here we go. 大家好，台湾的朋友，这个是最后2位玩家。第一名啊，有1000块美金的奖金，还有那个很漂亮的 trophy 奖杯。现在的大家两边的马量差不多，就是看看谁是冠军，就是这样了。如果你喜欢这个 stream 的话，请给我一个 like， 可不可以？谢谢你啊。Haven't spoken Mandarin for over an hour. It's just turned very rusty all of a sudden.
Sounded fantastic to me. As it did to Ryan too in the chat.
There you go. I think I'm blushing.
What event next is the question. By the way, it's the influencer event, the Natural 8 Influencer, I believe, challenge, we call it. Should be a fun one.
It is, yep. Let me just check.
Definitely join us.
How many? 9? I think it's a 900 event or 8. Let me just check. Let me just check very quickly.
900.
900, okay. Well, I'll be moving across to the Natural 8 Hong Kong channel for the event. I'll be co-commentating with one half of AJ Suited. That's the A half, Aaron, whose partner, Jackie, is actually qualified for that KOL event. So that'll be interesting. We're going to have some very non-biased commentary, no doubt, from me. Not sure about Aaron.
And I'll be with our own influencer, Mr. Greg Goes All In, for the English portion. So make sure you join us. That's 7 p.m. local time. That's Korea time. If you're located anywhere else in the world, look that up. That had 56 entries, by the way, by invitation. Down to the final 9, as we just discussed. $1,000 is the prize pool for the final table. But of course, the real package was all 9 final tablists getting the main event entry plus travel expense. It's like the table you're watching right now. Speaking of the table, look at the spot. Going the way of Ho. A huge swing with just a pair of 5s. Finally, we have a dominating chip lead. Let me just recount the action here.
How did the pot get so big?
Of course. Isn't that always the question? The huge... was it the all-in? I mean... There we go. That's why I was confused. Essentially, Lin raised all-in, but did not quite put Ho all-in. And after the flop came with a 5, it got checked down. So the 5-4 suited essentially winning an pre-flop all-in essentially against the ace-9. I think Ho had had enough. But Steven, you get distracted for 1 second thinking about what event is next. And here we have Lin down to just 7 bigs. Mystery hand now.
With Ho.
King, queen for Ho.
Wow. Surely the chips have to go in.
Just 2 big blinds behind, maybe 3. Oh, never mind. The graphics seem to be fluctuating.
Yeah, it's a lot more than that. 16 now. Yeah, that looks more right.
Certainly lines up more with the chip stack. Another ace is about the best card King Queen can see here. It's almost like having top pair, top kicker now. 2 aces on the board. Makes the likelihood of your opponent having one much lesser. Whatever Lin bets, I suspect Ho calls. And goes all in when checked to, and a quick call.
Wow, he must show.
Oh, quick fold.
Oh, quick fold. Okay.
There's the accurate chip count. 2.8 million to 660,000. Good for about 15 bigs. 16 to be precise. A 4-1 chip lead.
Okay, so I think yeah, this is more realistic. 8 big blinds. Yeah, that looks about right.
all in with the king. Who knows what to do?
He's not going to randomly stack up with 6-5 off, surely.
Well, we saw 5-4 suited. You never know.
I spoke too soon.
What did I just say?
I spoke too soon.
This
How
could be
can you believe
it. King 4. V5-6.
Look at that happy face. Look at that happy face. Oh, here we go. There you go.
2 pair for Lin. And a cheeky smile from Ho. Knows he got away with one before this. Only fair, I suppose. So a double up for Lin. Takes him all the way back up to 16 bigs. Still an overwhelming chip lead. 3.5 to 1.
Still one more double. Another double up will still be evens in chips. So Ho should be
not even, I
quite
believe.
comfortable. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, Ho would still have a comfortable chip lead with a double up. I think it's almost a 4-1 chip lead here. You often like to talk about the 3-1 chip mark, Stephen. That's when you get
Correct.
exactly even. Here we see 61 to 16 bigs.
他刚刚就是这样讲，我就跑输了。
还把人家请上来。
Are they going to put the Taiwanese dealer on just to finish them off? Yeah, she's now speaking Mandarin to the players. Raised to 80,000. 9 Jews off. Here's a fold. On to the next one. Lin is chipping away. 1 chip at a time. Trying to get to that. See, it's now very, very close to 3-2-1. Still, if it's not 3-1, then the double up would not make the stacks even. Jack 7, that's an opener. Oh no, just a flat. Okay, we'll see the flop. Queen gets that. Flops the middle pair. Hole completely misses. Goes down. The queen. Didn't even think about thinning the river a little bit. Nope. Fair enough.
Thin value is not his specialty. That's for sure.
No. That's okay.
In styles, fair enough.
Exactly. He's very good at getting aces in against ace-x. So that's his speciality. I want
wish
to
I
learn
had that specialty. Exactly. Both of us jumped to it.
What's the superpower? Oh, I get ace-x to put the money in against my aces. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. I think I prefer that to having the speed of the Flash.
Wow. That is sad.
I
You've
love
been
that.
playing too
That's
much
very
poker,
good.
my friend.
That's very good. That's very good. Sorry, viewers. That was a very good comeback there. Thank you, sir. Oh, that was the best one so far.
It's so funny, you know, these poker player bubbles we live in sometimes, especially when the series is on. It's like our world is so much poker centric. I know exactly what you meant, but if you take a moment to step out and examine what you said, it's absolutely bonkers.
It only deserved one word. Sad. Which is no truer word said today. Ace King, beautiful hand. Opens, gets a fold, next hand. You have to defend some Queen X, my friend, Mr. Lin. It's a strong hand.
I wonder what is going through the minds of these guys. Of course, that beautiful APT Lion trophy in the middle to fight for, but surely even they're realizing how much hard work they're putting in for that final $250 pay gem. Just goes to show what the title might mean after flying all the way to South Korea. Of course, to play the main event, but they could have easily played that online as well. Both these players doing their best, giving it their all to try and take this down.
Ooh, that's a 9.
A 9.
How about a 6 in the river? No.
Full boat.
Bet
Value,
fold.
please.
Yeah.
No fold yet, Steven. You never know. King high, heads up. Could find the call. Ho would be betting a lot of air on the river as well. Would not be betting ace highs. So the king high does make a perfect bluff catcher. 6 is an interesting one. Doesn't really block or unblock too much. There we go.
Yep,
Gets the
that's a
value.
9.
你礼拜一来的啊，我昨天到的啊。刚我昨天一下飞机就来，后来我差点就下课了。我们那时候飞机跑错轨道，后来跑道下去，已经看到跑道了哦，我看到跑道，他重拉硬拉这样子飞。
So Ho is explaining about his delayed flight yesterday.
很多人那时候我不知道，后来
He said they saw the runway, they were trying to land at the airport, and then they were almost touching down, and the plane decided to not touch down and flew away. But didn't explain why. Maybe he did explain why and just couldn't understand him because our Mandarin is terrible.
As always, impressive nonetheless. It is, after all, your second language. So, just for my information, this might be an obvious question to almost everybody watching, particularly considering the Taiwanese event we're covering here. But how much overlap between Cantonese and Mandarin?
I would say maybe Italian and Spanish. How about that?
Ah, okay. Okay. Very interesting.
Yeah.
So
'Cause
even
I
though
would
the
say-
words are
I
not
would
the
say
same.
Portuguese and Spanish are very similar, right?
Yeah.
More so, anyway. So Italian and Spanish would be my comparison.
Very interesting. So some things are just absolutely different. And then more likely than not, some words, probably the basics you can extrapolate,
So in
right?
the kind of Western historical context, the written language of Chinese is the same for all the different, in quotes, dialects. So you can imagine something like Latin. Everyone could understand the written language in Latin. Well, not everyone, but most people could understand Latin. But then they would speak their own language, like English or French or German or whatever. But they all have a common written language. So it's a bit similar in that manner in Chinese. It's a vast country, it's a big place. So what unifies in terms of language, the Chinese people would be the written language. And you have someone from Sichuan or someone from Shanghai or someone from Hong Kong speaking Cantonese. They will all speak in pretty different, like they would say kind of the same words but in very, very different ways.
Very interesting. Good to know. By the way, bit of a situation brewing here.
Oh, go on. Yeah, I should talk about
let me just pause.
Pocket sevens. Ooh, Queen High is bluffing this river.
It's tough to say. I mean, is it a bluff or is it a value bet? Either way, he's going to be on the losing end. So he's back down to, if the graphic is correct, is it 5 bigs?
Hmm.
There we go.
And from
10 to 1 chip lead now.
Yep. Okay. So 3 double ups.
This is going to be...
He needs.
Okay, there we go. That's optimistic. I was just about to say it's a tough one to overcome 10 to 1, but of course, heads up, I've seen all kinds of crazy things, especially online. I recently lost a 70 to 1 chip lead, by the way.
Who? You did?
Yeah, because I play sit and goes a lot, so I end up putting in a lot of volume. I was up 70 to 1 chip lead. It's down to 1 blind, my opponent, and just spun it out. Oh, there we go.
Did you smash your monitor?
Pocket eights.
Did you smash your monitor when you lost that, or were you just take it?
No, because it's a slow grind, Every double up hurts less and less, which is what I think Ho might be signing up for here.
Okay, I'm gonna reply sad.
Sad. Pocket eights in a good position to find that first double up. Well, how about this? This could be sad. Almost a flip. 1 over and a flush draw. 10 does not change much. The same amount of outs. 590k in the middle.
Oh, there's a diamond.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
It's over.
Well done, Ho. Yep. He says yep.
Huh? Okay. How?
Fantastic.
Well, there we go. The champion. And
happy boy.
The fist. Happy boy indeed. The winner of that beautiful Lion Trophy, Ho Chung-yi from Taiwan, gets the job done. Of course, has the main event to look forward to. There's the winner's shot. Very nice.
恭喜
Adds
来自台湾
$1,000
的，恭喜来自台湾的侯琼怡，他是今天的 Natural 8 Taiwan 特别赛的冠军，恭喜恭喜！现在我们有2位主持会跟他做一个小的访问，就是看看他说什么。I just said there's going to be an interview in Mandarin. So let's see whether I can do the translation. See what they say.
Actually, I don't believe. Yeah, we're not getting the audio of that. Elfin, of course, from Taiwan interviewing.
I was just going to make it up because I wasn't going to be able to anyway, right? I wasn't going to be able to understand the Mandarin anyway. I was just going to say, oh, it's a very tough match. But I'm very glad, and APT is a fantastic organizer, and all credits must go to the commentators. Oh, no, to the event organizers. That's what I meant.
Very well done. I think you nailed it.
Yeah, oh, no, he's still talking.
That, of
he
course.
Says, oh, now he mentions the commentators. Oh,
Well,
wow.
there you
what
go.
a
That wraps
morning.
up.
Thank you. You go.
Indeed. Well, I was going to say that wraps up the Taiwan event that we had today. The winner, of course, ends up Ho Chung-yi. Now we do have the Influencer Challenge coming up, but don't forget the similar event for Hong Kong, of course, Stephen. You will be covering it with an unbiased commentator, as you mentioned. And, of course, the Thailand event as well. And the Thailand event, by the way, had way more entries for a much smaller buy-in, so perhaps more of a fairy tale brewing there. That's at 12:30 p.m. Local time, 1 p.m. with the delay, and 7 p.m. local time. That's Korean time, of course. So make sure you tune in for that. And, of course, join us for the influencer event. And we thank all of you who were watching in chat. Some familiar names, some new ones. Make sure you join us for the Influencer Challenge. And, of course, the rest of the schedule you see in front of you. The main event coverage kicks off, of course, day after tomorrow. Things heat up going into day 2 and then day 3, of course, before we wrap up the entire series with the high roller. For Stephen Lai in the booth, I have been Vidar Singhal. We thank you once again for sticking around with us this morning, and we will see you soon. Bye-bye for now.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.